to the course of these proceedings will be added to these documents so that the public may examine them. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. First, a speakers list has been established. A member of the public may place their name on the list at any time throughout the public hearing. If you are speaking from prepared remarks, council requests that a copy be provided to the corporate officer. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and whether you are a West Vancouver resident if you wish to do so. If you are speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, council requests that you please identify the name of that person or organization. Thirdly, please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to the subject of the proposed bylaw. A bell will sound when you have 15 seconds remaining to speak. We ask that you please be respectful to others. After everyone has spoken once, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you wish. And if you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. And Madam Mayor, just with regards to the reports and written submissions, I'll note that on May 27, 2019, Council set the date for this public hearing. The statutory notice of public hearing was published in the North Shore News on June 14 and 19, 2019, and notices were subsequently mailed to property owners and occupants within the notification area. As of right now, we have not received any written submissions, and there is one report for this public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so I'd like to remind the public that if you wish to speak for 5 minutes maximum, please sign the speakers list, speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear comments, including those who depend on assisted listening devices, and provide their name and whether they are a West Van resident if they wish to do so. And that after everyone has spoken, after everyone has spoken once, speakers may speak subsequent times to provide additional information if they wish.
And Madam Mayor, I'm just confirming that as of right now, we have no speakers signed up on the speakers list. Thank you.
All right. So I would like to ensure that there are no speakers. So I'm calling once, twice. Anyone wish to speak? 3 times on this matter. Seeing no one, we'll move to close the public hearing. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that all written and oral submissions regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662-2010, amendment bylaw number 5021-2019 for 2330 Cypress Bowl Lane and 2850 Wentworth Avenue, Mulgrave Schools, up to and including the June 24th, 2019 public hearing be received and that the public hearing be closed.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Lambert.
I just wanted to make a remark. Councillor Thompson has told me that this is her very first public hearing, and I just wanted to remind her that they aren't all like this.
Where there's no public to hear. Yes.
Correct.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lambert. You're off to a great start, Councillor Thompson. Okay, so I would like to move to the regular council meeting and call that to order. And before we get to the agenda, if you'll bear with me, I'd like to honor and congratulate Gordon Smith, who turned 100 last Tuesday. And it's very appropriate, given the one of the main agenda items tonight around the arts and culture facilities strategy, which I know that he has been waiting and encouraging and supporting for many years. So Gordon Smith is a resident of West Vancouver and is considered to be one of the most loved artists in Canada. He produced beautiful work, taught art at UBC, and even reinvented himself in the late 80s. He had over 100 exhibitions over a course of a 70-year career, which is unprecedented and shows a huge amount of energy and commitment. We also recognize that he has taught hundreds of teachers how to teach art and appreciate the positive influence he has given to the children of British Columbia through his Artists for Kids program. Happy birthday, Gordon, and a huge thank you from Mayor and Council and our entire community for your many contributions. Thank you. And Council, I signed on behalf a letter congratulating him as well, so he will have received that. So moving to I'll ask if there's any urgent business to add to the agenda, Council. Okay, seeing none then, we'll go to the approval of the Council agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I recommend that the June 24th, 2019 regular council meeting agenda be amended by adding item 11.1 regarding resolution for the Union of British Columbia Municipalities Conference regarding increased provincial funding for public libraries, and adding item 14.5, notice of motion regarding declaration of climate emergency, and that the agenda be approved as amended.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And move to the adoption of the minutes. Councillor Cameron.
I don't have my blue sheets for some reason. Okay, I recommend the minutes of June 10th, 2019 regular council meeting be adopted as circulated.
Second, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'd also like to remind the public that if you wish to speak to an agenda item for 3 minutes maximum, please sign the speakers list, which is in the back corner. Speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear comments, including those who depend on assisted listening devices, and provide your name and whether you are a West Vancouver resident if you wish to do so. So we'll move to item 4, the District of West Vancouver Arts and Culture Facilities Plan. And we do have a number of speakers, so I'll take the staff report first and then move into that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight is a very important night as it sets the foundation for the district's art facilities planning and development now and into the future. The Arts Facilities Advisory Committee has worked very hard to produce the Arts and Culture Facilities Needs Plan, meeting their mandate within the time frame that they were given. I am very pleased to introduce Jennifer Webb, who is the co-chair of the Arts Facility Advisory Committee, and Christy Rosta, who is the Special Events and Festival Manager and staff lead on this committee. Jennifer and Christy, if you'd like to come up. Thank you. Jennifer will provide an overview of the scope of the committee's work, and she will introduce the consultants from Cornerstone Planning Group who will summarize their work on developing this very important facilities plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Webb. Along with Roz Sayed-Najad, I'm co-chair of the Arts Facilities Advisory Committee, which is led, thank you, by district staff member Christy Rosta and composed of 5 other community volunteers and Craig Cameron, councillor. Our committee formed in July 2018, and since January 2019, we've been working hard in collaboration with Cornerstone Planning Group to prepare the Arts and Cultures Facilities Plan we're presenting to you for approval today. The consultant's report and recommendations contained within it have been arrived at through rigorous research, careful consideration of previous studies, and thorough consultation with more than 90 stakeholders, including site visits, telephone and in-person interviews, 2 workshops in April, and an in-depth survey conducted in the fall to gather information on individual organizational needs. All of our meetings since October 2018 have been open to the public, and we've requested and received feedback on our efforts every step of the way. This has been an exciting process, one we are proud to be part of. The committee was formed by council request and in fulfillment of one of the important recommendations of the Arts and Culture Strategy completed in June 2018. Our task, informed in particular by the district's Economic Development Plan, Official Community Plan, and Ambleside Waterfront Plan, was twofold. First, to analyze current and projected needs for exhibition, performance, storage, workshop, studio, and programming spaces. And second, to assess the viability of existing buildings to determine which should be retained for arts and culture activities and which activities might be better served in new or enhanced facilities. As you will have read in the report, many district-owned facilities are inadequate to the excellent programming now taking place and severely limit the potential for future growth. In order for existing programming to grow and flourish, and for the arts in West Vancouver to be recognized for their high quality, innovation, and influence within the community and beyond, we're looking for your endorsement of this report as the first necessary and very exciting step in achieving the kinds of facilities and support for the arts that we and future generations deserve. You will also know from reading the plan that the findings we're presenting today are for the most part quantitative, not qualitative. In other words, our work did not focus on building design, amenities like cafes or gift shops, or exploring where any new facilities might be built. This is the next phase of work pending your approval today. Rather, what we're presenting today are the results of a needs assessment. And as Quentin Talbot-Kelly will explain, our work has resulted in some exciting recommendations for concrete action Council can take immediately to stimulate the arts in West Vancouver. All of us on the Arts Facility Advisory Committee wholeheartedly endorse this report, prepared by staff and Cornerstone Planning Group, and we're here today to ask that you also endorse this plan. Thanks to everyone who's taken the time to attend this meeting and to those that have so enthusiastically contributed to our findings. Now I'd like to turn the agenda over to Quentin Talbot-Kelly of Cornerstone Planning Group to make his presentation. Thank you. Perhaps if I could just introduce the community, the committee members as well. Co-chair Roz, Sayan, if I could just ask you to stand up, please. I know you're here, Roz Sayanajad, and Bobby Burgers. Thank you. Paul Tuch. Michael Evans. Jason Wexler. And Eric Fiss. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Quentin Talbot-Kelly. I'm a partner at Cornerstone Planning Group, and we were tasked with the scope of work. And so today I'll be going through a presentation to bring everybody up to speed on what's been happening over the last 6 months. So for today's agenda, there's 5 different steps that I'd like to go through. So beginning with the project introduction, moving on to the study process that we took, and then jumping right into our study outcomes, including a current state analysis and future demand analysis. From there, we'll jump into facility development options, where we actually present some of our recommendations, and then conclude with the 5 recommendations that we're making from this report. So starting with project introduction, the goals of the study were 4-fold. First being a comprehensive data-driven review of the existing district-owned facilities. I'll identify what the district-owned facilities we looked at in the next slide, but that was the focus, so a comprehensive data-driven review. That included a utilization analysis where we looked at all of the bookings data, and we actually tried to understand exactly the programming and the amount of programming that's happening. Closer. Pull that closer. No, I won't. Okay. All right. Is that better? Okay. So, and then second was community organization high-level needs assessment. From this point of the project, we were hoping to gather some insight from the community's perspective, what the needs of the arts and culture of West Vancouver required in the future. Third was the future demand analysis, and so we needed to quantify the amount of arts and culture demand expected over the next 20 years. And lastly, we came up with development facility options that could meet the projected demand. These are the 9 different facilities and site locations that we looked at, beginning with the Ferry Building, Music Box, the Silk Purse, West Vancouver Art Museum, Glen Eagles Community Center, West Vancouver Community Center, the Memorial Library, and the Seniors Activity Center, as well as Kleewick property. These locations were selected because they were district-owned facilities that provided some level of arts and culture programming to the community, with the exception of Kleewick property, which historically did, but does not currently today. So the study process was about a 6-month process, majority of the work taking place in the first 5 months. So in January to February, we worked on the background review and engagement strategy. As everybody's well aware, there is a significant amount of background information that the district has prepared, and so we went through about 11 or 12 different documents, including arts and culture strategy, economic development plan, Ambleside waterfront concept plan, building condition assessments, and a number of others to understand the current state and what has already been done to this point. In this step, we also looked at the engagement strategy. So we had to look at what had been done previously, go through all the raw data that came from the previous surveys, as well as the other reports to understand what sort of engagement strategy we need to go forward and start to fill in some of the gaps that maybe were present from some of those strategies. The second step of the process was the analysis and report preparation. Within this section, we started to tour the facilities, so the district-owned facilities, and interview the operational staff. We also initiated the community engagement, which included phone calls with different community operators, as well as in-person meetings. From there, we had a bit of a draft report where we presented it to the AFAC through a strategy session, then a staff workshop, and then finally a community stakeholders workshop that took place on May 8th. That kind of brings us to today. So we have a final report, as everybody knows, and today we're presenting to Council and the Mayor. Throughout the process, which included the work that we've done, plus some historical projects, there was a total of 89, excluding 2 advisory committees, different groups that were engaged. So these groups included the advisory committees, which were Arts and Culture Facilities Advisory Committee, which is the AFAC, Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. Then we had district-owned facilities, the 9 different locations that I introduced earlier. Community organizations, there was 42 in total. Just a couple highlights: North Shore Artists Guild, Artmania, DramaWorks, West Vancouver Dance Conservatory, West Van Community Arts Council, and a number others too. Schools, we talked to a number of different schools. Schools are often used for after-hours arts and culture programming, so we wanted to make sure that we made contact with them as well. So we had one representative represent School District 45. They had access to all the rental information, so we thought they were probably the best person to talk to, and so that's what we did. We also spoke to Mulgrave Independent School and Collingwood Independent School. Parks, so we took a look at parks. Any parks that was used for arts and culture programming in 2018, we considered those as well. And we had a arts and culture staff member go through all the different events with us. We also reached out to 7 different places of worship, and so that included some places of worship, including West Vancouver's Baptist Church and St. Francis of the Wood, along with 5 others. And so in total, there was 89 with 2 advisory committees, so 91 different groups engaged. Jumping into the analysis portion, what I'm going to be showing you the next 4 slides, is what we did for each of the different district-owned facilities. This one we're looking at right now is the Art Museum. The first thing that we did is made an inventory of all the different spaces within the district-owned facilities that are used to provide programming. So in this one, we can see that gallery A, B, and C, sometimes operated as one single gallery. Programming happens there, as well as on the top floor in the multi-purpose space. At this point of the project, we also looked at all of the support spaces, because we know not just the programming spaces are important, but also all the support areas alongside. So we made inventories of all the collection, secure storage, as well as any administration space. This was done for all the different facilities. Then we got a little bit deeper and we looked at all of the bookings data from 2018. So this was from the district's ActiveNet booking software. So thousands of lines of scheduled bookings over a year. This example we've shown is from the Senior Center, which shows that there's a number of different arts and culture activities taking place over the year, with woodwork and crafts accounting for the highest, which are 22% each. Visual arts and music taking 3rd and 4th place, which are about 16% overall. So over the entire year of arts and culture programming, we have an idea of what programming was happening and in what space it was taking place. We would need this information for the future demand analysis, where we try to figure out how much of the additional capacity at these locations could be used for what types of activities. Next, we dove into understanding when the actual activities are taking place. So what we're looking at right here is a chart of the entire years of programming mapped over a typical 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. scale on the bottom. And so what we can see here, good examples from the Senior Center where there is a peak time booking. So between 9 a.m. to about 3 p.m., you can see there's a dramatic increase in programming, and it kind of tapers off into the evenings. And so this is really important for us to understand, because with the evening bookings, we can see that there is a significant or a major opportunity there for using those spaces for alternative programming rather than seniors-focused programming. Lastly, using the two previous slides of information, we come up with this slide, which is a chart that shows the overall peak time availability. And so the peak time availability represents all of the time in peak time, so in the case of the Senior Center, between 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., where the space could still be used for other activities. And so this is what we used for when we considered the future demand, and we said that out of the peak time availability, if we look at the activity room, 18% is still available that you could book in peak time, and so we use that to offset some of the future demand. And so this was done on a room-by-room basis. This is a summary of the Art Museum, same three charts that I showed previously. I just want to draw your attention to, obviously, the Art Museum focuses on galleries, exhibits, and so 81% of the overall bookings throughout the entire year, to no surprise, is gallery. Visual arts represents 18%, which was taking place in the multi-purpose space upstairs. Same thing for the Silk Purse. The Silk Purse had a peak time distribution a little bit more equal across the time, across the day. But there still were some peaks, and so you could see that throughout the day they did have quite a bit of programming, and also in the evening they did have a peak, so they were offering some private, some probably special events in the evenings there. We can see that the Art Studio had 10% peak time availability remaining at the end of 2018, and the gallery space had 31% overall. Study outcomes. So study outcomes were broken up into two different, so district-owned facilities as well as the community organizations. District-owned facilities, as everybody knows, district provides a wide range of arts and culture programming from the 9 different facilities, 8 different facilities in one site. Second, visual arts programming was the most popular arts and culture programming. This gives us indications of the types of spaces that will be required in the future, but that accounted for about 10,500 hours, which is represented in a more digestible figure of 5 dedicated spaces, full-time all year round. Music programming was the second most popular types of art and culture program in West Vancouver, which accounted for 5,800 hours and 3 dedicated spaces all year long. The other thing to note is that each of the facilities that we did look at did have a limited capacity for additional programming, and so this was considered for any of the future development options that we are presenting. We assume that some of that capacity is managed with the existing facilities. Community organizations. So from the community engagement piece that was done in the fall of 2018, as well as a follow-up that we did in 2019, 2 kind of themes came from that. Lack of affordable support space, so that's administration space and storage space, as well as it's very difficult to locate and pay for rehearsal and performance space. So using these as drivers for the future, keep that in your mind, and I'll come back to these points. When we're looking at, this is the first time that we've seen a comparison of all the different district-owned facilities that provide arts and culture programming. And in this table, we compare, or we rank the suitability of space for intended activities, the suitability of support space for intended activities, and the facility condition. So this is the first snapshot of the District of West Vancouver's facilities. What we can see here is that using our ranking system of good, acceptable, poor, the Art Museum, Ferry Building, Music Box, and Silk Purse all rank poor across the board for those 3 different factors, which indicates that the suitability of those facilities for providing arts and culture programming, it's not suitable. And so for an example, the Art Museum, as far as suitability of space for intended activities, we all know that it's a historical home that's been converted into an art museum, and so it was never purpose-built, and as such, there are some downfalls to that facility. And so as an exhibit location, there's very poor heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and for art displays, we know that it has a very minimal range of variance between temperature and humidity, and so that's one of the reasons why it scored a poor. If we look at suitability of support space for intended activities, these are all the spaces that go along with having an art museum. And so having an exhibit space with not enough collection storage is a major issue. And so the Art Museum is a prime example of not having enough support spaces in administration, in collection storage, and in staff support. So across the board, again, Art Museum was ranked poorly. Facility condition. So facility condition looks at the architectural, mechanical, structural, and electrical condition of the facilities. This was done by VFA, which is another consultant. And they ranked the condition of the district-owned facilities. Again, Art Museum ranked as poor, which means that there needs to be significant work to get it up to an appropriate level where it will last, and it will be very expensive to do so. And so the takeaway from this slide is that the Art Museum, Ferry Building, Music Box, and Silk Purse are all in considered poor conditions for the intended activities as well as the overall facility condition. Knowing all of that current state information, we need to look at future demand. So to figure out what type of space we need in the future, we have to understand how much demand we're expecting. And so we have considered 5 different demand factors, including population growth, population demographics, district strategic directions, community growth requirements, as well as latent community demand. So population growth and demographics were adopted from the district's OCP. Things to note here is that the OCP classifies the age group 60 to 80 as having the highest growth in the next 20 years. And lo and behold, arts and culture in District of West Vancouver, the highest attended demographic there is 60 to 80. And so we can expect that the growth of arts and culture will actually exceed the population growth in the next 20 years, if we're just looking at rates. The next thing we looked at was just district strategic directions, and so that was combing through all of the previously developed reports to understand where the district really wanted to take or what they wanted to focus on for their arts and culture. So we applied a factor for that also. Fourth on the list was community growth requirements, and so talking to all the different community stakeholders, we had a pretty good understanding of some of the shortfalls that they saw from the facility for the future, and we factored that also into the demand. Lastly, the kind of harder one to quantify was a latent community demand, which basically means that we know that there's probably additional arts and culture demand within the community, and we needed to factor this in, assuming that they did have the suitable facility space to attend, that needed to be considered in the future. All to be said that in 2028, which is a 10-year future, we expected a 48% increase, and in the 20-year future, a 65% increase. So using the demand and the current state, so we have a pretty good understanding of current state at this point. So we know what types of programming, how much of that programming, and where the programming is taking place. And we know what the future calls for. So by different types of space, ceramic, gallery, movement, meeting, lecture, we know what we're projecting into the future. And so a simple gap analysis came up with the outcome that there will be a shortfall of gallery, multi-purpose, and rehearsal space in 2038. Now we can get into facility development options. And before I do that, I'm going to talk about Clewick. We haven't mentioned that yet. So Clewick was included as part of this study as it could have been a suggested place for a potential arts and culture center in the future. We quickly realized that this would not be a suitable location, mainly due to its site location and access. And so it's suitable for low public traffic activities, but not that of an arts center. So our recommendation is that a subcommittee of the Arts Facilities Advisory Committee be established to determine the future uses of the Clewick site and bring these suggestions to Council before December 1st. So really what we're saying is that there needs to be a secondary study that focuses on Clewick to really understand and to identify the future uses for this site. We've made a few notes here that it is suitable for obviously a culture and recreation activity in accordance to the property request, as well as activities that do not adversely impact the residential neighborhood. So now jumping into the facility development options. This is the facility developments that we've recommended. There's 2 options, so option 1, option 2. Option 1 includes 2 different facilities, an art museum and a separate community art center. The second option is a consolidated version of the both. The art museum here, we've programmed 12,000 square feet, which is 1,100 square meters of space. And to put that into context, I think that's about half the size of Glen Eagles. And so it's still a fairly large space, but just to keep that in the back of your mind. So as included as in the art museum program space, we've included a large divisible gallery space. And so this could be subdivided into 2 or 3 different exhibits, depending on what the museum decides to do. There's also storage for temporary and permanent collection storage, as well as exhibit preparation room. Administration space that goes along suit with that, so office workstations, as well as all the typical administration storage spaces that you'd see. Facility support, we've included an allowance for a lobby, gift shop, loading and unloading zone. So that's facility 1 in option 1. The second facility is the Community Arts Center, which has been developed to address some of the demand that will not be met in the future. And so these program spaces include 2 galleries, as well as storage alongside, rehearsal space and storage, and a multi-purpose, large, medium, and small multi-purpose. In this context, the multi-purpose is not just the generic multi-purpose space that you'd see probably in a community center. This is arts and culture focused multi-purpose, which means that there should be utility sinks, it should be acoustically separated, as well as arts and culture lighting. The Community Arts Center also has the administration functions that you'd expect, but additional to that, there are some community organization spaces. And so these spaces, from what we heard from the community engagement, is that there is a shortage of affordable office and storage space. And so to kind of address that issue, we've provided some space within this facility that community organizations can rent. So for rentable offices, there's also a open workstation area that's not included on this list, and rentable storage closets. Closets might be a bad term here, but it's small, medium, and large. The large is actually quite large. It's about the size of an office. So these spaces could be rented by the community for their programming that they hold at the Community Arts Center. Again, there's some facility support, which is the standard spaces, as well as a cafe, gift shop, and loading, unloading. So the total area for the option number 1, which is the 2 facilities, is 25,000 square feet. We've also included an allowance for potential supplementary amenities should the district decide they wanted to have something a little bit above and beyond the bare needs. This could potentially add an attractive factor for for visitors as well as tourists. So we've included a 400 net square meters allowance for a bistro, grand lobby, and some expanded retail space. Option number 2 is 1 consolidated facility. This one is 21,000 square feet, which is 4,000 square feet smaller than the 2 facilities that were recommended before. The savings in space is just due to the fact that there are building efficiencies that can happen once you're sharing spaces. So in this case, there are some shared spaces, the lobby, reception, storage, loading, unloading, as well as major circulation. The program space within this facility is much the same as the previous option. So the program space would be 2 galleries with storage, rehearsal and storage space as well, and large, small, and medium multi-purpose space, as well as a kitchen. And you'd still have the same community organization spaces here, so that's 4 offices as well as rentable storage areas. The art museum would still have its same 375 square meter large divisible gallery space. You would have a gift shop, gallery storage, temporary and permanent collection storage, as well as all the support spaces that go along for administration. The facility support would be much the same, which is a vestibule, lobby, reception, cafe, gift shop, loading and unloading. Again, we've included, when we did the costing, which I'll show next, we've included an allowance for potential supplementary amenity space, which again was the bistro, grand lobby, and expanded retail space. So we had developed a space list, so we understand what spaces needed to happen there in each of the different facilities. Alongside that, we wanted to prepare a Class D cost estimate. So for everyone that doesn't understand a Class D, this is a very high-level estimate, which is based off of a cost per square foot allowance. And so our cost consultant compares similar facilities that were built recently in similar locations, and they get a cost per square foot allowance, and then they cost it to get a Class D. And the Class D equates to a plus or minus 25% accuracy, so keep that in mind. So this is really a rough order of magnitude to give council and mayor an understanding of what potentially could come down the pike. So if we're considering capital costs alone of option number 1, it equated to $23.1 million. When we started to add some of the other costs, so the supplementary amenities, which was the 400 square meters allowance, we're looking at $26.4 million. And we've also included an allowance for an architecturally significant building. So if the district were to employ somebody with an architecturally significant architect, then it would be an additional $1 million on top of that. So for a total, for option 1 would be a max of 27.4 plus or minus 25%. Option number 2, and this is just capital costs, so everyone keep that in mind. This does not include any operations. Option number 2, which is the consolidated facility, which, as you'll remember, is 21,000 square feet rather than 25,000 square feet. It's a little bit cheaper, as we'd expect to see, and so it ranges from a base capital cost of $18.5 million all the way up to $23.4 million. Again, plus or minus 25%, and not including anything but capital or property. Now to our recommendations. So we've made 5 recommendations. The first recommendation we've touched upon earlier, which is CLEWIC, which is to create a subcommittee to determine the best use of site and make recommendations by December 2019. The second is a facility development options 1 and 2 to move forward to site identification analysis, facility and operations planning, because there are a lot of different factors that need to be considered as this, in the second phase of planning that need to be present in order to make the right decision going forward. So we recommend that both options 1 and 2 go through to business case. Number 3 is the district-owned facility improvements. And so when we were doing our tours, speaking with the operators and the community, there was a number of facility renovation improvements that could be done that would improve the long-term use of these facilities. And so throughout the report, we've made a number of recommendations to the facilities that could be considered for small improvements. Number 4 is community grants. And so this one goes right along with the 2 different options we've recommended. Or options 1 and options 2. The community grants would be a support grant, and this would be to help offset administration and storage costs. And so the idea here would be that a small community arts and culture organization would like to rent some space so they can have their administration from an office. They could access this grant to provide them some funding, and they could actually rent the space within the district, the new option number 1 or number 2, or they could go to the community itself and rent space from them. The second is the performance grant, and small organizations that we talk to mention that it's very difficult, it's cost prohibitive for them to actually access performance and rehearsal space. This is likely to do with the fact that the District of West Vancouver only has a couple different performance spaces, and as we know, K-Meek, Mulgrave, which we talked about earlier, as well as Collingwood's Independent School. Those are the 3 locations. Only 2 of them right now are accessible to community groups for rent. And so even though they are accessible, they're quite cost prohibitive. And so this grant would provide the small organizations a way to access these facilities once or twice a year for whatever performances they have to do. And this grant would help them get those spaces instead of building a space from the district, because there's just not enough demand to justify that. The last recommendation, number 5, is to create an information database. And so this is to help the community access arts and culture programming with a space rental database. And so throughout our process, we did a lot of research, and we identified that it would be very, very helpful for community groups to have access to a complete listing of all the different arts and culture facility spaces available for rent. A lot of the times the groups we spoke to did not know that there was some facility space available to them. And so just to nip that one before it becomes an issue, it would be really good to create an information database. So the last slide I have for you is what it would look like. It's a bit of a path forward for the next steps. We have completed the Arts and Culture Facilities Plan, so pending council approval of it, we would like to move forward with the business case development for both options, which would include site location identification and feasibility analysis, the detailed facility and operations planning, so this is where we can start to see the impacts of how much it'll actually cost to operate these facilities, an economic analysis, as well as a concept plan. Again, pending approval, then we move forward to the fun stuff, which is schematic design and construction. That's all I have prepared for everyone today, so thank you very much for your time, and if you have any comments or questions, please let me know.
Okay. Now, before we go to the public, I will ask council members if they have any questions, and then we can hear from the public. I've got a number of people that have signed up. So, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a very thorough presentation, so thank you for that. I had a few questions, though. You sort of didn't really talk about what I call the dirty arts, as it were, you know, spaces for kids to come in and do stuff and make a mess and engage. I understand that a good sort of percentage is about 20% of the space should be dedicated to dirty arts. Can you speak to that, or maybe is it somewhere sort of rolled into the presentation options that you provided?
Yep. So the recommendation, or sorry, the options that we've presented, both options include 3 different multi-purpose spaces, and the idea is that these spaces could be utilized for those dirty arts. Each of these spaces would have a utility sink. They'd also have easily cleanable floors. These are the spaces that were included for those types of activities.
Sure, thank you. And then with respect to the economic analysis and the feasibility study, is it the intention of that stage to also identify potential sources of funding, of philanthropy? Basically, how does one pay for this proposal?
Good question, and that's exactly what that economic analysis does. It's identifying different methods to get this built. So funding strategies would be included as part of the economic analysis.
Great. And then finally, my last question. It wasn't clear in the proposed motion whether the deadline for, if we get to that stage, is December 31st. I know Clewick has a December 1st deadline for the report to come back, but I wasn't sure about the balance of it. I don't know if perhaps the staff person.
Yeah, I'll probably turn that over to Christy.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The next phase of planning we anticipate to start in September and have the planning completed by December, presenting to you in early New Year. So that will look at the site identification analysis, it will look at operational economic planning, and then again, Clewick will be a separate subcommittee of the Arts Facilities Advisory Committee, and it will go off into its path to look at that property specifically. We anticipate that will be a shorter time frame to bring back initial concepts to you in December.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 23 years ago, there was a young lady in the audience that came to council asking for us for a location. Her name is Maggie Pappas, sitting here off to the left, as a pioneer asking for arts that many years ago. We said, well, you raise the money, we'll give you the land. And she said, well, you give us the land, we'll raise the money. And that's where it stood for many years. And thanks to staff working through it these last few years, I think this is quite a detailed report. And I'm sure as we move along, we're going to see some improvement and certainly a final solution. One of the suggestions that when you talk about a business case scenario, we don't have a lot of free land available. And I urge you to look at a business case scenario where you're incorporating the arts with housing. That certainly could turn into a generous way to look after operating and other costs, saving the taxpayers a lot of money. And also, I think it'd be important to really search out across Canada for donors from large corporations who would fund the entire project. I think that would be very important. We're always fighting for our asset levy to bring it up to date. We have endless amounts of projects that are going to cost money, and I'm not denying that this will be a worthy cause, but we've really got to find out where the source of funds are going to come from. Congratulate Ann and company for all the hard work on this program. Thank you.
Okay, so move to Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, so since this is the time for questions,
Questions.
I will ask questions now. I will save my comments for later.
Thank you.
Okay, so on page 6 of the report, it talks about the options, but it says essentially the recommendations are for arts facilities based on the needs over the next 20 years. But I'm assuming if we build a building at a cost of over $20 million, that the building will actually stand for more than 20 years. So is there, I'm assuming there's value in, at the next stage, also looking at the needs over the next 40 or 50 years, not just 20 sounds like a sort of a short timeline.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As everybody knows, buildings do last more than 20 years. By the time that this could actually be built, we're probably going to be a couple of years down the road anyways. So yes, that does need to be revisited. I think when we consider planning for 40 to 50 years, looking into the glass ball and applying the factors becomes more and more difficult. But there should be some consideration definitely past 20 years point, for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so on page 7, Community Arts Center, where you have the two buildings split out, it says the Community Arts Center would support community exhibitions, et cetera, et cetera. How does that community exhibitions differ from what's going on right now in the Ferry Building Gallery, presuming the Ferry Building Gallery would still be standing?
Correct. The Ferry Building will still be standing and continue to offer programming and exhibits from that location. How it's different, it's really a replacement for the activities that are taking place in the Silk Purse. There is an exhibit there that will be moved over into a new facility, which is what we're talking about in that option. It won't differ as far as, I should say, emerging artists would continue to operate or be provided from Ferry Building, whereas this space could actually be suitable for professional art. Yeah, as far as how it's going to differ, right now the district has 2 different locations for emerging art, and so that would be the Ferry Building as well as the Silk Purse. The Silk Purse we know is not suitable, and so one of those exhibit spaces will be moved over to the new location, and for facility and for demand growth, they'll require a second one. It'll be it'll be more appropriate space for exhibits.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and so that's a nice segue into my third question, which is, essentially by approving this report, those of us who have been involved on the committee and on council sort of saw this coming, but I think a lot of people in the community might not be ready for the reality, which is that this essentially is the demise of the buildings, which we now know as the museum, the Silk Purse, and the Music Box. Presumably, we're going to keep the Ferry Building, whether or not it does the same programming. So is that an accurate assessment? I just want to be clear with the public what this really means, making this decision and accepting this report with the research that you've done.
So as far as, we didn't want to make any recommendations as to what's happening with those existing facilities. What this report is recommending that the activities that are taking place within those locations do not happen in the future. So what happens with the art museum over the next 20 years, we're not making any recommendations for that. But we're saying it's not suitable for art museum purposes.
Okay, so the programming in those buildings would change in a number of years. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. Okay, because I think there's still, we went through an election quite recently, last November, where there were still a lot of people screaming at us to keep the Silk Purse and making sure that they were electing us on the basis of keeping the Silk Purse exactly as it is. So I just want to be clear that this is actually a pretty big deal. Yeah. This is a pretty big step. Now, you said that Cleewick wouldn't be appropriate for an art center because of the issue of parking and traffic, et cetera. So then the flip side of that says to me that then this building or buildings wouldn't be located anywhere essentially in West Vancouver except Ambleside or possibly Dunderave.
Yeah, that's the big challenge as part of phase 2 of this project, is to really identify the different locations where this would be feasible based off of square footage and access, transportation, all those sorts of things. And so again, we're not identifying any locations, but that needs to be considered as part of phase 2 of this project for sure.
Right, because essentially the rest of West Vancouver are single-family neighborhoods. So, that's what we're, again, sort of indirectly saying, and I just want to be clear to the public, that's what we're saying. The very last question is for staff, and that relates to the last bullet on page 8, where it says that staff will also advance the general recommendations for planning for small renovations, exploring online database, et cetera. But I didn't see much more substance than that statement in anywhere else in the report. Can anyone sort of expand on what, especially the first part about the small renovations to district-owned facilities? Are those the ones we were facilities we were talking about earlier?
Great, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So we would be looking at some of the different rooms, perhaps out at Glen Eagles Community Center, the Glen Eagles Clubhouse, how we could make them more acoustically treated, how perhaps it could be track lighting that goes into some of our other rooms that through the utilization analysis shows that there is some space, but perhaps maybe it has a lighting deficiency. So these are small modifications to spaces that already exist that could be improved to enhance the experience of arts and culture in these facilities.
Any more questions from council? I have a couple, if I don't see any of my colleagues. All right. So thank you for this report. Very thorough and data-based, which we appreciate. And the explanation was excellent of how you arrived at this really picture of what we need in the future for arts and culture. I was also pleased to see the recommendations around the grants to the arts community, both in terms of admin and support, as well as rehearsal space. Did I miss it, or did you quantify those sort of ancillary recommendations in terms of grants, the database, or the improvements to the existing facilities? Were those quantified anywhere?
They weren't quantified. We've just made note of them. So district-owned facility site improvements, I have identified a few within the report. I know there's also, if you dig a little bit deeper, there's probably going to be a few more that could be made. But I have identified a handful, maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 or so, from the district-owned facilities for small improvements. As far as community grants and the information database, I have not quantified anything further except for identifying the problem. And same thing with community grants. We've just identified 2 different grants that would help support, but there hasn't been any further analysis into those.
So maybe to our staff, going forward, if we approve these recommendations, what do you foresee and Ms. Webb, what do you foresee the process being to quantify? I think the improvements to facilities are more straightforward because they've identified what we could do, and so we can cost that out. And maybe the database as well. But what about the actual grant figure? Do you have anything in mind, or are we looking at some targets? Or
Madam Mayor, as Quentin stated, we didn't quantify the amount of increase that the grants would be to the community. As you know, the annual grants through the Community Grants Program to Arts, Culture, and Heritage, I think, is approximately $45,000, which is very low. I think the next step for this part of the process would be to meet with the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and the Community Grants Committee and come up with some recommendations around increase to those funds and how we would come back to council with metrics and recommendations. I mean, again, it would be a requested increase that council would have to approve. The database costs we would look into. There are other databases that currently exist that we could probably work with just to make it cost effective. So this is something, again, we'll come back to council with recommendation.
Great. And I had another question. It's just gone right from my head while you were talking. Why don't we go to the speakers that we've signed up, and then sure, I'll think about it. So I've got a number of speakers that have signed up for this item, number 4. We'll start with Simon Drake. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Simon Drake. I have the privilege of being the treasurer of Theatre West Van, or West Van Little Theatre Guild. I'm speaking in support of the recommendations for arts and culture. Theatre West Van is a community theatre group providing, since 1945, a unique opportunity for any member of the public to actively volunteer in all aspects of theatrical production, both on the stage and behind the stage. Theatre West Van aims at producing 2 show runs per year to the public for $22 per ticket, the cost of a Cobb salad at a Dunderave pub. The Arts and Culture Report accurately identifies 3 of the major challenges that face theatrical arts in West Vancouver today: storage, rehearsal, and performance space. My aim today is to highlight the cost challenges that Theatre West Van faces. Storage space for sets, common set decoration pieces, and costumes is crucial to prevent the unnecessary environmental and cost impact of disposal after each run. We spend $6,000 per year to rent 500 square feet of garage space outside of West Vancouver for these purposes. Rehearsal space. Having lost the free community room at Park Royal, renting 100 hours of rehearsal space now costs a minimum $15 per hour or $1,500 per run at facilities outside of West Vancouver. Most places in West Vancouver cost upwards of $20 per hour. Performance space. West Vancouver is blessed with the K-Meek Centre, and their studio theatre provides us with excellent performance space. However, the cost, even at non-profit rates, is very high. We spend $9,500 per run, $19,000 per year, to rent the studio theatre and the technical staff. This is 55% of our performance budget. We gratefully receive an arts grant from the district, all of which goes to the K-Meek Centre. But this year, it has regrettably been reduced to $1,866, which is less than 20% of one run's performance space costs. I therefore draw Council's attention to Section 6, page 61 of the Arts and Culture Facilities Plan document, which recommends, regardless of the building options chosen, further developing support and performance grants. As you can appreciate from Theatre West Van's cost information, unless the new facilities are going to be provided at no or very low cost, the current grant levels need serious review. If the cost gaps are not closed effectively, the district will have some beautiful new facilities that run the risk of still not being truly accessible to arts and culture community organisations in West Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Tom Dodd.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tom Dodd. I am a resident of West Vancouver in Dunderave, or Dunderave, depending on who we're speaking to. First, I'd like to thank the members of the Arts Facility Advisory Committee for a great job. I think they did a really superb job on their putting the information together and also on their presentation tonight and in their options. I'm speaking tonight very much in support of the report and of the request to Council to move this forward to the next stage. I think we're at a very interesting confluence of events and timing in West Vancouver now in the arts community. You're all aware, and has been adequately demonstrated tonight, the number of arts facilities that we have here are primarily aging and not very gracefully, and most of the older ones were never done, never intended for their current use. So bringing them up to standards, as charming as they are, they're really difficult and expensive to bring up to standards, and even then they probably won't be adequate to what we really need for this community. And then also some of them are threatened by rising water levels, so these are all issues that have to be addressed and relatively quickly. So now that we have an accurate and relatively complete analysis of all the current and future facility needs, it's entirely appropriate to look ahead at a path for the longer term future, and I think moving forward with the committee's recommendations is a great first step on that path. But beyond that, I ask Council to take a big picture look at this endeavor. And given the depth and history of West Vancouver's arts community, and I'm thinking in terms of the artists that we currently have, Gordon Smith and others, well-known and well-respected current resident artists, our history as a world leader in architectural style, and a large number of really notable art collectors and art collections in private communities in West Vancouver. I think we need to think of a signature facility that will reflect the community's needs in the future and their interests and the standards that are expected by our citizens. So to that end, I urge Council, when you move this forward, to direct staff to seriously consider both the supplementary facilities and the architecturally significant options that they recommended in their proposals. And remind you that previous councils and active citizens have given us a lot of iconic facilities in this community. This building being one of them, the great community centers that we've got, the library, the senior center, they're all great places, and they're legacies that I think you have an opportunity to provide a legacy complex for the arts facilities for us as well. So I guess I'd urge you to do that, to move it forward with a particular eye on this aspirational goal of setting something that will really stand out in the community, make us all proud. And I think it can help because, as has been pointed out, it's probably going to happen in the Ambleside area. We'd like to think that the proper kind of a facility down there would also help re-energize that part of the community a little more, bring some traffic down and so on. So I urge you to move ahead with it, and I'd be happy to make myself available to help however I could.
Thank you very much. Chris Stringer is next.
Good evening. If we may, we'd like to co-present.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Jennifer Lord.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lord. I'm the Executive Director of the West Vancouver Community Arts Council. I'm also a resident of West Vancouver. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity. The future plans for art facilities in West Vancouver is of great importance to the West Vancouver Community Arts Council. There are some aspects of the present report...
Sorry, Jennifer, I'm just going to ask our technical staff whether we can do anything about that feedback.
Madam Mayor, I've been playing with the volume as Ms. Lord has been speaking. I might be able to if I turn your mic off with your permission, but that's the only thing I haven't tried at the moment.
That's fine, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are some aspects of the present report that are unclear, and we will respectfully submit a separate letter to the Arts Facility Advisory Committee requesting an opportunity for input for our use of the facility. We have reviewed the Arts and Culture Facilities Plan final report and support Council's acceptance of it, together with a few suggestions. One, we suggest including Ferry Building Gallery programming in a new community arts center. We request exploring the grouping of current programming of the Ferry Building Gallery, West Vancouver Community Arts Council at the Silk Purse Arts Center, Art Nanny at the Silk Purse Studio, and the Music Box in one community arts building. Reviewing the objectives of each of these organizations and facilities, it is evident that the programming would be compatible and complementary in a shared community arts building. Two, we suggest that the Ferry Building house a West Vancouver Museum and Tourism Office. The Ferry Building is a designated heritage building and a jewel on our waterfront. The findings of the report clearly state that it does not adequately meet the needs of the current gallery programming. And currently there is not a historical museum in West Vancouver. We request that the Arts Facility Advisory Committee explore options for this heritage building to be operated as a public site for heritage and tourism, in consultation with organizations such as the West Vancouver Historical Society, Ambleside Dunderave BIA, and the West Vancouver Chamber of Commerce. This could be a fantastic welcome facility for visitors and residents, showcasing West Vancouver's heritage and history while providing information for getting around in West Vancouver. I'd like to turn it over to Chris Stringer.
Chris Stringer, thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. I serve on the board of the West Vancouver Arts Council and here to support Jennifer, who's the Executive Director of the West Vancouver Community Arts Council. We do support the two separate facility option, and we recommend that the combined footprint of the Silk Purse Arts Centre and the Music Box be explored as an on-site option. We request that a new arts pavilion constructed on the current footprint of the Silk Purse Arts Centre and the Music Box that reflects the heritage architectural in this area and responds to rising sea levels be explored. All over the world, urban parks reflect the diversity of the surroundings in which they're set. Providing an arts pavilion in the middle of a first-class waterfront park reflects the diversity of our community. The Harmony Arts Festival is a success story that benefits from its excellent location, a contained, intimate space between the railway tracks and the seafront. The West Vancouver Community Arts Council operates the Silk Purse Arts Centre, a heritage building and a waterfront venue where we present continuous art exhibitions, weekly classical concerts, a summer jazz festival, and a free community engagement events. In addition, local arts and culture organizations rent the facility for close to 220 events annually. Our artists, musicians, and visitors continually tell us that there's nowhere else that is as warm and welcoming and intimate, nor such an amazing and accessible location. Our membership of close to 900 people, many of whom are West Vancouver residents, feel overwhelmingly the significance of maintaining a facility such as a community arts building in this waterfront location. Thank you.
Thank you to the Arts Facility Advisory Committee, Cultural Services staff, and consultants from Cornerstone Planning Group for bringing this substantial report to Council. The thoroughness of the report in the short time available is impressive, and we congratulate Council for their dedication to the arts, and with the leadership vision of the current Mayor and Council, the Cultural Services staff, and the collaboration of West Vancouver arts and cultural organizations, we can add purpose-built cultural facilities to our unique landscape for use by all the community. We look forward to the next phase, and we trust that our suggestions will be considered. Thank you for the opportunity to share this perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merla Beckerman.
Mayor and Council, my name is Merla Beckerman. I do reside in West Vancouver, and I have appeared before Council several times in support of improved facilities for arts and culture in our community. And I'm very pleased to be here tonight to support this report and the recommendations that are coming out of the report. And to thank Jennifer Webb and her volunteer committee, the staff, Cornerstone, who have done an amazing job, and Council for facilitating and for bringing us to this point. It's a milestone. The most recent report follows a number of recommendations and previous studies which have all been stated that the arts facilities in West Vancouver are inadequate. There is an urgency for new and improved facilities for now and the projected 65% growth. Our current programs are recognized for their high quality and the high degree of participation. West Vancouver has a proud history of creativity in architecture, design, music, theater, and all mediums of the visual arts. The exhibitions at the West Van Museum that attracted the most visitors were two local exhibitions. One, SD45, that curator-educator Jackie Wong put together with former West Vancouver students, people like Ian Wallace, people like Graham Gilmore. There was Jeffrey Farmer, internationally known, Doug Copeland, Bobby Burgers, Corey Creed, Ross Penhall, and paired them with young students currently in our district at the school. It was an amazing exhibition, and it was standing room only. The exhibition of Gordon Smith's extraordinary gift to his collection to West Vancouver, most of you were there, and you know how popular that was. This demonstrates our need to celebrate our heroes. We must provide platforms, rehearsal, studio, and educational spaces to nourish this creativity. The report also addresses important strategies for capacity building, with recommendations for support and performing grants, and efficiencies for communications and information. This will encourage a more collaborative and sustainable environment for the arts groups. I think it's very important. The big initiative, of course, is the purpose-built facilities for the visual arts. The report clearly and comprehensively puts numbers to what is needed. The facts are in the report. We also know that there will be social and economic benefits for a healthy, well-rounded community. Things that are more difficult to quantify, but which lead to a better quality of life, well-being, and belonging. I have served on nationally and locally and provincially on many arts facilities and arts boards, right? But last week I came across a quote that is appropriate for tonight. Art is a place where we challenge our thinking and then display our realization to the world. This was by a high school student whose work was displayed at the Ferry Building at the grad show from West Van. I urge Council to accept this plan and recommendations and create places to gather educate, share, and belong. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the West Vancouver Community Foundation. I am the CEO of the Community Foundation and have been a resident of West Vancouver for over 50 years. As many of you are already aware, the West Vancouver Foundation is one of 191 community foundations across Canada. And while we produce local research and the West Vancouver Vital Signs Report on 10 quality of life indicator areas, we also support national research on topics like arts and belonging. Why is that important? As we witnessed at the wonderfully executed Bridge Festival in June, we saw how the arts have the power to bring us together and bridge divides to create a deeper understanding of and empathy towards each other. The arts provide us with a unique opportunity to reach into community and connect at a household level. 99.7% of Canadians participate in at least one arts, culture, or heritage activity each year, and 80% attended at least one performance or activity. A further 60% were personally involved in the arts through donation, performance, or artistic activity. And to quote from the Community Foundations of Canada report, people who place great importance or feel a high level of pride in their community's achievements in the arts have a stronger sense of belonging in their community. The arts facility proposal before Council speaks to the need for a purpose-built facility or facilities that can flex around the changing needs while ensuring important outcomes like the permanent art collection of the West Vancouver Museum and its protection for future generations, and spaces for smaller arts organizations that have needs for rehearsal, performing arts, storage, and studio space. Ensuring our local arts organizations find a way to collaborate on programming and funding will be an important element of this project going forward. When the West Vancouver community comes together, it is so often around the arts. For some of us, it is the arts that give meaning to our lives and give us a sense of place. Community theater, the local orchestra, the youth dance group all speak to the sense of joy and well-being that comes with working alongside others in the creative process. Thousands more fill our local theaters here with enriched by world-class performances in music and drama. Ensuring this community has multi-use spaces and purpose-designed places for the visual art and performing arts will enhance our connection to each other and this place we call home. It will make us stronger, more resilient, and build an increased pride in this community's legacy of artistic excellence. As such, the West Vancouver Foundation supports these recommendations.
Carol Ann Reynolds.
Thank you very much. May I suggest you say the person's name and the next person to come so that people know that they should get ready to come up? Because I was the top signer on that page, so I had no idea who was before me, whatever. Anyway, thank you very much. And I haven't read carefully the whole report, but I was madly impressed, absolutely gobsmacked by the research and the details and all the information provided. So congratulate staff and thank them very much for all the work they did for that. That's really remarkable, and we owe them a debt. The one thing that I would say about it is that I was hoping that you wouldn't be making a decision tonight between just one building or two buildings. I think there's, oh, that's great. I wanted to, because those are the two options that were given, was one building or two building, because I think with all that information, I think many people in the community would like to read it. And there's what, at least one of the reports is 128 pages. And so I would suggest they read it, and you form a group that would take a look at what's going. We might want something completely different, not one and not two buildings, maybe something different. And I also wondered about, when they do the studies, I didn't quite see all of that, but of course the Legion and they did some churches, they provide spaces. So that all has to be taken in, and then doing the financial part will be difficult, but I'm sure they can do it. But I want to thank them. It was really impressive to read that full report. And, but I wanted to encourage you to have some sort of committee or delay the decision on whether it's one or two buildings till everybody's looked at it and come back in the fall to take a look at what our options are. And I was hoped there would be more than just the two options.
Those are the options in front of us tonight, are the two options that have been proposed. So
Right, but I didn't want you to just leave it at that, is the point I'm making. You know, I think they're great what they've said, but I think now that you have more people involved and more people know it, we see the potential for what's going on, and we all love the arts. And so I'd like there to be more study of what other sort of facilities and enmeshment can be. So Carol Ann Reynolds, editor of West Van Matters, thank you.
And Maggie Pappas is next. Thanks. And then Rosa Jafari is after that.
Good evening, Mayor Booth, council and staff, directors. I'm Maggie Pappas, pioneer of the arts projects in this community, according to Councilor Soprovich. I fully support this new arts and culture strategy before you tonight. It's built on several generations of prior policy that, frankly, though financed by taxpayers, passed by 7 councils, was never really implemented. The result devolved into an anomaly. We have closed or derelict facilities scattered throughout the community that will cost the earth to restore and maintain, when what years of policies recommended were consolidated facilities, cost and energy efficient, modern, and under roofs that don't leak. While the long-predicted demographic outcry for more arts has now arrived on our doorstep, we're still debating what we need. Tonight, we can reinvent the future, not sink into the quicksand of past inaction. We have a new strategy, years in the making, but very, very sound. I fully support this fresh repositioning of the district's role in the arts, unemotional facility assessments for their arts suitability, creation of consolidated facilities, affordable to artists with healthy public access for all ages, rules, policy, and laws that protect our cultural heritage, that remind us our history is not only built on the past, it is building every minute, right here, right now, tonight. I fought for arts and culture half my life. Every council night for 5 years in the mid-90s, I championed a waterfront, I'm going to correct you, Councilor Soprovich, a waterfront site for a 42,000 square foot private and fully funded, which council knew, multi-arts facility that is now the highly successful K-Meek Arts Center. I can assure you that it takes mighty, visionary, empowered staff and community will to change the direction of entrenched policy. The right minds came together on this strategy, and now we have a smart new direction. I urge council to pass this strategy. The blueprint is in your hands. Build from it. 2020 is upon us, the year of perfect vision. And I'm just going to take, I'm going to just claim about 15 seconds of pioneer moments here. To just say this, when I started in the mid-90s, thanks, Pascal. When I started, you can start over. When I started in the mid-90s with this, the calculation that I made then was that we were spending, on community grants, we were spending 25 cents per capita. At that time, before cell phones, that was the cost of a phone call. Today, according to what Dodie Niedermeyer told us, it's about $1 per capita. I swear, we've got to do better than this. The arts are really, really important to this community. And you listen to all the names of celestial artists that have come out of this community by hook and crook. I think we can do better than $1 per capita. Especially if the dollar is going down.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
And thank you for all your work, Maggie. So Rosa, oh, great. And then after that is Elaine.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, my name is Rosa Jafari, and I am very pleased to speak in support of the arts and culture facilities plan being presented to you today. As co-chair of the West Vancouver Art Museum Advisory Committee, I have seen firsthand the amazing work produced by the staff, and unfortunately in an unsuited facilities in the museum with cramped exhibition areas, old living room and dining room, tiny upstairs educational spaces, which are inaccessible to anyone with a cane or in a wheelchair, with insecure and leaking cupboards for exhibit and programming materials, and to far from ideal storage spaces for art archives and photographs. The museum is falling apart, sorry. We are losing potential donors because of the situation that we have in the museum, and they just cannot trust to give the arts to be stored in the facilities that we have. And we hope to have better facilities to create more joyful area for our youth to practice art and to keep art facilities. Powerhouse artists, architects, and designers such as Gordon Smith, Doug Copeland, Emily Carr, Ian Wallace, Pierre Copy, Wallach Thun, Christos Dikiakos, Barry Downs, Kim Kennedy, Austin, and Babak Golkar, to name just a few, have all been shown here, testament to the ingenuity of the staff working within the confines of a converted 1938 residence. Likewise, public and educational programs, workshops, and tours are also presented here, all necessarily limited in scope due to the substandard facilities in which they are taking place. The arts, however, they may be expressed, enrich our lives by stimulating new insights, ideas, and exchanges between and across cultures, times, and space. If this plan is approved, it is my understanding that community groups and individuals in need of new facilities will have a unique opportunity both to shape the future of arts enjoyment, education, performance, and collecting, and to contribute to the economic, social, and cultural vitality of the community as a whole. I urge Council to accept this plan as the first step toward creating the kinds of facilities West Vancouver needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elaine McHarg. And then Matthew Rhodes is after her.
Good evening, Mayor Booth, councils, and hardworking staff. My name is Elaine McHarg, and I'm here as a resident of West Vancouver, and where I live with my family and have been since 1995. I applaud the hard work by this committee supporting the Arts and Culture Facilities Plan. It can be a daunting task to look at a community as increasingly diverse as West Vancouver with an eye to the future. I support the plan because I feel that this community of artists deserves purpose-built facilities which can support both professional endeavors as well as enthusiasts of all ages, abilities, and interests. I also believe that there's a greater opportunity to build patrons of the arts where they can enjoy professionally curated exhibitions in a space that is designed for this and takes into consideration the technical requirements of arts preservation and presentation. I do have a couple of areas that I hope that can be fleshed out during the business case development phase, and some of them have already been mentioned, so I won't repeat those. I always come in with my report and then I cross things off as you guys ask about them, which is wonderful. But I do think that when we're looking at the whole funding question, which is probably one of the two biggest areas that I'm worried about or that I wonder about, is how funding can be achieved in a reasonable and timely fashion. This is not a community that is known for strong philanthropic activity or support when it comes to these types of projects. The K-Meeks Arts Centre, which is a signature story for us, is the most recent purpose-built project and was only achieved through the determination of Maggie Pappas, which has already been acknowledged, and the generosity of one woman who could see the potential of it, Mrs. K. Meek. So I feel that that area needs to have really deep examination during this business plan work. My other request of council and staff is that the work of identifying district land which could be dedicated to on the near term to this arts development be a priority. Too many times good ideas that have come to council that could lift West Vancouver to a new level have been missed because of the debate over land use. I ask that when you look at these options, you consider that building would have a 50-year life, which has already been flagged. So examining the impact of climate, sea level rise, transportation patterns, and our changing demographic is important. While it would be beautiful to have a direct waterfront options, they may not be the most viable or fiscally responsible given what's happening with the environment, but I'll leave that to the committee to determine. While on the subject of land, I do need to express my dismay that there is still not a concrete proposal for the Kleewick. The centre was left to disrepair by staff and councils, not you, but even while programs were operating in it, and I have strong memories of Jennifer Rioche's pleas to parents to help preserve the Kleewick as a valued community resource. So I'm going to let you get to that. I support this proposal because I feel the community deserves great facilities that are well considered with great programming. This is a strong step in determining our North Star, what kind of arts community we can be and how we can make it inclusive, legendary, and exciting. And I ask you to vote in favor of the next phase of this work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Rhodes. My pronouns are he and him. I'm a graduate of UBC's BFA in Acting program, a current Masters of Management candidate at the UBC Sauder School of Business, and a West Vancouver resident. I'm also one of the many young artists who grew up on the K-Meek stage. As you have heard from many members of the community, purpose-built art facilities are key to the arts thriving and building a community of enthusiasts. They are immensely necessary for the continuing growth of young artists as well, like me. Making art facilities and programming more affordable and accessible for all types of artists will create a stronger and brighter community. If I may be so bold, on behalf of all West Vancouver artists, present and future, I support this recommendation.
Thank you. Thanks for your brevity. Excellent. Yeah. And the next speaker is Patricia Bowles. Yeah, thank you. And Sharon Habib is following her.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Patricia Bowles and I live right across the street. In the interest of full disclosure, I am also Vice Chair of the K-Meek Arts Foundation, Chair of its Capital Campaign Committee, and a member of the district's Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, but tonight I speak as a private citizen. Unlike many in this room, many who serve on committees and who are elected officials, I'm a relatively new member of this community. Why did I move here 6.5 years ago when I had multiple choices? Well, I can tell you one of the compelling reasons was the library, the Community and Senior Center, and of course, the K-Meeks Arts Center. All best in their category, in my opinion. Now, let me get to the case for support. I watched Itzhak Perlman, you know, the famous violinist, talking to Christiane Amanpour the other night, and she said about the arts, it is the soul of our society. So I believe we need to recognize and showcase West Van's soul. Its First Nations heritage, its culture, its architectural history, its very fine artists, many of whom are here tonight, and our speaking artist, Matthew Rhodes, and the need to be a vibrant arts community today and in the future. For that reason, I recommend Council accept these recommendations and move to next steps. But first, let me say that the Facilities Committee and the Cornerstone Planning Group have done an exhaustive job in looking at present and future needs. It was a necessary and important first task that makes the case for a community arts and cultural center. Now, last year we completed here the Economic Development Plan, and it identified arts and culture as a key driver for the future. It's a good plan and clearly identifies tourists that will come here as a destination if there are great things to see and do while visiting. So these are the two very compelling reasons for us moving quickly forward on this, to meet present and future needs of the arts community and to attract visitors to come to West Van to enjoy its facilities and services. I have 3 things I want to just quickly mention around the business development plan site. First, there's an additional statement in the report about considering a broader vision for arts and culture. I take this to mean that the broader vision would consider not just a center built for community needs, but one that attracts local, national, and international attendees with high-profile exhibitions and programming. This will be an important discussion for us to have that will be part of the business model discussion. How do we generate income? Secondly, shouldn't we look at the pros and cons of governance models that we know, the one with the district that runs the whole organization, that fully pays operational, and the one exemplified by K-Meek, that is a registered nonprofit charity with an independent board. Third, site selection will be contentious, but I hope there's enough will and leadership in the community to evaluate locations with an eye to creating something really special for all citizens and visitors. A site that's accessible allows for an architecturally stunning building or buildings with flexible spaces that will become as much part of this community as the community center, the library at K-Meek. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sharon Habib.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Sharon Habib, or you may know me as Sharon Sangarakis as well, and I'm a member of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, but that's not how I'm representing myself tonight. I'm speaking as a local resident and a local artist, and I'm not going to speak for very long because everything I wanted to say has been said. So there's no point repeating that because there's seems to be great support for this to go ahead. I do just want to compare the impact of an arts and culture facility like the one that's being proposed to the incredible impact that our community centres have in our neighbourhood. They are the heartbeat of the neighbourhood. They're kind of the hub. That's where all the vitality is. Earl's is fast becoming the other one, but it just goes to show if you provide something that's really attractive to people and something that meets a need, people will come and they'll linger and they'll hang around and they'll support the community in greater ways than just provided by that facility. A centre for arts and culture would be the same. It would be another heartbeat and another hub. and it would attract artists and art groups from all over the North Shore, possibly even from Vancouver, because there are not many facilities actually there aren't any facilities like this. So I think it could be a real draw card in many, many ways. I was interested when I was just sort of doing a bit of reading on the internet to come across the term of an arts and culture infrastructure, which I've not really heard the term mentioned before. But last year, the City of Calgary was awarded $4.4 million in federal funding to invest in arts and culture infrastructure that would provide affordable art spaces for artists and art supporters. And when Melanie Joly, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, presented these funds to the City of Calgary, she said, and I quote, "Arts, culture, and heritage institutions contribute to the richness, diversity, and character of a community. Our government understands that investing in cultural infrastructure supports the vitality and economic prosperity of our cities." I urge you to agree to exploring these recommendations in the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre Coupy. I think he might have, I saw him heading for, oh, there he is. And then next is Graham Nichols.
Good. I don't often speak in front of crowds like this. This is a very classy crowd. Look at you, all arrayed. Mayor Booth, councillors. I'm here as one of those artists that you're all supposed to support. And I really love your support. So I only really have a few simple things to say. That I support this arts and cultural facilities plan being presented to you tonight. I've been a West Vancouver resident for close to 30 years, an educator on the North Shore with Capilano University for 41 years. I've been on the board for Presentation House Gallery and the West Vancouver Art Museum, and I've exhibited at the Presentation House Gallery, Griffin Arts Project, the Gordon Smith Gallery of Canadian Art, the West Vancouver Art Museum, blah, 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 blah. And I've served on the West Vancouver Art Advisory Committee here and for juries for the Harmony Arts Festival all over the years. And all I have to say is this: let's get on with it. We've been studying this for more than 23 years, haven't we? Mm-hmm. And we've been, probing and searching and reporting. Now it's time to start building and creating and supporting. We all know the arts and cultural facilities in West Vancouver are badly in need of renewal and replacement. Case closed. All of the people working in these inadequate facilities have done a stellar job in continuously making silk purses out of our beloved sow's ears. Let's give the sow's ears a rest now. And now let's give all these wonderful arts administrators and people who have been keeping this thing going despite all the deficits that they've had to deal with. Let's give them and give the entire community the resources and facilities to really make our hearts soar. And ultimately, maybe that's what art does, It gives us some juice, and it gives the community some vitality. We've heard that word. So for artists like me, a purpose-built gallery to exhibit our work in the heart of our own community, rather than always having to seek exhibitions elsewhere, would be a blessed thing. And to be able to donate work to a dedicated gallery in our own community, and to know it would be properly preserved, would also be a blessed thing. Most of us have already donated work to the West Vancouver Art Museum and to the West Vancouver District, but we are constrained from donating more since there simply isn't the storage and permanent collection exhibition space for it now. I have a large painting in my studio still waiting to be picked up by the West Van Art Museum. They don't have room for it yet. So again, I say, let's get on with it. I need the space. This arts and cultural facility is detailed. This plan is detailed, fact-based, comprehensive, and rational, unlike artists. Again, I support it without reservation, and I urge you to endorse it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
And Graham Nichols, and that is the end, I believe, of my arts list, unless there's someone else I've missed.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Graham Nichols, and I'd like to provide some comments in support of the facilities plan. And I'll speak in my current capacity first as the co-chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee along with Anne Frost. And you've heard from several of our members just recently. Thank you for being here. As you know, the duties of the committee include providing general oversight on arts and culture in West Vancouver and providing input on the implementation of the arts and culture strategy. The advisory committee has been well informed of the work carried out by the facilities committee and its consultants. It's received numerous updates about their progress as a regular agenda item, and by design, one of our members is also a member of the facilities committee. And in April, the committee received a comprehensive presentation from Cornerstone on the information it had gathered to date and their interim recommendations. Now, the advisory committee had not seen the final report when it last met, which was on June 5th. The committee did, however, want to say what it could about the plan and how it was developed, given the report's imminent release and consideration by Council. Accordingly, the committee passed a motion endorsing the process and the approach taken by the Facilities Committee in its work to date. Now, I'd also like to provide some personal comments as a resident and as former co-chair of the steering committee that provided the guidance on the development of the Arts and Culture Strategy, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. One of the high priority elements of the strategy was to complete a comprehensive arts and culture facilities plan. And I'm very heartened to see that that has been completed in a timely manner under the guidance of a completely new committee. 5-6 months and it's done. Can't do much better than that. I should note that during the development of the strategy, a lot of work was undertaken to develop a facilities needs assessment, and Cornerstone worked from and updated that work. And I'd just like to acknowledge that. Now, the facilities plan is supported by detailed research and sound analysis, and is pragmatic and is practical. Implementation of the plan will lead to a more efficient use of existing facilities and improved access to them by cash-strapped arts and culture organizations. And it will set in motion the detailed planning and construction of appropriate upgrades and new purpose-built facilities, all of which will greatly contribute to the vibrancy, resilience, and scale of the arts and culture scene in West Vancouver. I therefore support this plan, and I hope that you will approve it along with the other recommendations as shown on Council's agenda regarding next steps. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item?
Mayor and Council, my name is Patrick Hill, and I've been in here, this district now since 1962. For a first hearing of this whole subject, I found the presentation very clear. My question, though, for the consulting group was, or is, when they went round, I presume, to all the functioning groups in the various areas of arts and culture, did they just respond to what they heard from those groups, or did they respond to something further that's happening in the next few years? Because we're talking about several years ahead, 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. What is happening in that direction too? The arts and culture statement is a very sweeping statement, and that is one of the reasons why I wonder if we're not locking into what we already have, but slightly better quality. So the question really is Is there anything further that we should be thinking about? What is arts and culture? I might be wrong, but I didn't notice anything in the presentation about literary arts. And so maybe I'm wrong there, but that is a big subject here, and there's a lot of talent in this district and in the North Shore. I would also like to say that I believe the clear land that we have in Ambleside and Dunderave should have virtually no more building on it. And if there is to be any building, it should be an absolutely minimal amount of building. I think if people want to have a presentation down there or a building, I don't think it should be built solid on the ground. If you want to do something, do put up a sort of harmony arts system and it comes down in a week or 2 weeks and you've made your presentation. So I plead that that valuable land on the waterfront is not overloaded with building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't see anybody else that would like to speak on this, so I will go back to council and we'll get a motion on the floor. Councillor Thompson, I'm wondering if I might ask your indulgence, because I had asked you to make the motion. Councillor Cameron wasn't there, and now I've been reminded that he's actually the liaison. If you don't mind, you can second it, and then you can speak right after him.
I'd be more than happy with it, and I would like to second it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Madam Mayor, I do want to say a few things. I guess I'll start off by thanking all of the heartfelt, eloquent comments from the public. I personally, I can't say it better, and I agree wholeheartedly with pretty much everything that's been said. I want to thank the members of the committee, staff, and the consultants who we've been working with. They're very dedicated, very thoughtful. There's been a great deal of work put into this. They take their role very seriously, and it's quite evident in the quality of the report, which is clear, comprehensive, and constructive. I think that, you know, this report, if I'm going to characterize it, it's a statement of the problem or the existing state of affairs, and it establishes a common ground to move forward. I think it is a big step. I don't think anyone should have any doubt about that. We have, you know, the existing state of affairs is we have much loved but tired and ill-suited facilities which we're facing huge bills to rehabilitate. They're getting to the end of their useful lives, and particularly for the ones on the waterfront, we've got issues with climate change, sea level rise, that'll require us to undertake major work. So this is, you know, it's time now to invest in the arts for this community, and the question is what, where, and how. And I think this report starts to provide some of those answers. So just going through the recommendations that are on the screen, I think I want to make sure everybody understands what's being agreed to and what isn't being decided. The first thing to set out the final report, to approve the final report, basically means that council will be accepting as a starting point the condition of the facilities we have, the suitability of those facilities, and what the community needs over the next 20 years. And as one of the speakers rightly pointed out, really we should be thinking even longer than that. So this is in a sense a minimum. So that's what we are accepting in the first bullet. The second is, and this is important to be very clear about that, after tonight, if this passes, we will be accepting that the council will be and the community will be moving forward with either one facility or two facilities as described. Okay? One or two facilities. There won't be 5. There won't be bigger facilities or smaller ones. We're going to build what we've been told and what we have studied and found what the community needs going forward. So that is a very significant piece, because then it starts to shape, well, where do you put these and what are the sites we have available, and and where will it fit and what will work. The third, and so people should know that if staff weren't clear, I think they were, but the idea is to come back, for the community to come back by the end of this year or early January with recommendations for various options on location and a full business case. Because obviously the locations and all that will affect the business case. So we're moving this. The third bullet is just basically about making better use of our existing facilities, making sure arts groups have access to them, doing small renovations, putting a database together, basically using what we have in a better way. It's a short-term kind of objective. And the fourth one has to do with Clewick, and I think is also very important because for too long we've neglected Clewick. We're not using that community asset, and so by the end of the year we're going to have some options for the community to consider for short and long-term use of that. So these are all important starting points. We're not talking tonight about the future of the Silk Purse, Music Box, the museum, the ferry building. This is not the mandate of the committee, and it's not before council tonight. Okay? And we're not talking about business case or locations tonight. So those will come before the community, both of those issues. This is an incremental and progressive process. It builds on the arts and culture strategy that was completed last year, establishes a baseline, and will in turn be built upon by future reports. So I'll just close by saying, the feedback I've had from the public, both on the email, which all of us have gotten, and personally, is generally very, very positive about this report. There's a lot of people who've been talking to me about the history, and this, it's quite evident to me that this battle, this fight for arts facilities and arts, for the arts in the community has been going on for decades, well before I arrived on the scene. And it's left some people, and Ms. Beckerman was here, it's left some people with some wounds from the battles, previous battles. But what I'm hoping is that all of the efforts, all of the past efforts now, after all of this study, I think we're at a moment where we've studied, we've discussed it. It's now, after years and years, it's time to move forward, and it's time for the council and the community to get behind this. The impact, all we have to do is look to North Van City or Whistler to see what can be achieved by strong leadership from the council and the mayor, and strong support in the community at very little cost to the taxpayers in both of those municipalities, but at great impact to the community. So I really hope we can get all of the community together, pulling forward on this. We can come to a consensus. Everyone's not going to get everything they want, but we can come forward tonight on this. And the next stage, I'm hoping we can come to a position on that, because Ms. Pappas talked about next year being 2020 and 2020 vision. Well, I hope it's not just in hindsight. I hope we have the foresight to see where we want this community to be. So I enthusiastically support this report and thank the committee for its work.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Councillor Thompson?
I also thought it was an excellent report, and everything that needed to be said was said in this room tonight. The report sets the stage of where we need to go, which is so important to have that vision in mind. We know that we have this high caliber number of artists in our community, and I would love to see a place where we can honor them and then continue to develop our craft from within the community. Tonight we also got to see all the high caliber people who get behind the arts and the commitment and dedication that you give in, day out, and year out. And thank you all so much for showing up and having this conversation with us and demonstrating that there is a tremendous support in our community for this. But as Maggie Pappas said, and despite all the inspiration in this room, it takes a force to get something like this done. But I have every confidence that you are the people to do it. So I'm very happy to get behind this and support this recommendation and watch it unfold into a bigger conversation, more problem solving, and let's see where it all goes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo the comments of my colleagues. I think this is a very thorough report. It has some very interesting and innovative solutions, recommendations rather. You know, I used to sit on the board of the Richmond Art Gallery, and I have to say that they gave me quite a bit of envy seeing what they were able to do in their community, the art that they were able to highlight, and then coming back to West Van and not having something comparable. So certainly very excited by that. But of course, you know, all things, they have to get paid somehow. So, you know, that is a concern of mine. And so I'm looking forward to the results of the feasibility study to see how that would play out. So with that in mind, I was hoping to propose what I hope is a friendly amendment to the motion, such that number 2 would read something along the lines of staff proceed to the business case development phase and report back to council by January 2020 on a site location and feasibility analysis, including identifying potential sources and timelines of funding and philanthropy. And then as the rest of the motion goes.
Can I respond to that?
Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I think that all of what you've said is implicit in what the report is proposing. So I'm of two minds. I don't know that it's necessary and that the business case development phase is all of those things, but I don't think it changes the import of the motion, so I have no problem accepting that as a friendly amendment. Does staff, is that any concerns for staff?
Madam Mayor, that's fine.
If I can respond to Councillor Cameron.
Sure.
You're right. It doesn't change anything based on the details we've provided, but I know there is sometimes concern in the community about what exactly does feasibility analysis mean? Does it mean we look at the funding or not? So I just wanted the clarity and the reassurance for everyone that that will be included and analyzed and investigated so that we actually have something concrete to go forward with.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, sorry, just while I have Councillor Wong here, can I please just get confirmation of the wording so that I can jot it down and confirm that
Of course. Would
meets
you like
everyone's
me to
desires?
reread it from the beginning?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Staff proceed to the business case development phase and report back to council by January 2020. Sorry. On a site location and feasibility analysis, including identifying potential sources and timelines of funding and philanthropy for both facility, et cetera. Yeah. And then comma before including, and then comma after philanthropy to make it a sub-clause within that sentence.
Just to clarify further, Councillor Wong, I think this is something we should be seeking senior government funding, at least contribution to. So when you say funding, I'm assuming you're including that too.
Yeah, all sources of funding.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gambioli.
Great. Well, again, I will add my voice to thanking the committee members who have spent so much time, and to our staff who have led this quickly and effectively to where we are today, and who will have to continue to do so for another number of months. So congratulations to all of you. And 6 months is a really short time frame, and so this is a very impressive report, given that. Very rigorous research and rigorous consultation. This is a really long time coming, as has been said, but it is supported not only by those of you who are here tonight, but by our OCP, which is also very exciting. We can check off a few boxes on the OCP, which is exciting for staff and for those of us who have been working on this for probably 5 or 6 years now. I just wanted to add one little idea that occurred to me that I think we've discussed before, but I just wanted to reiterate. I don't know if we'll be using the same consultants for the business case, but the one little thing I saw, I think, that was missing in the research was the actual, it is analyzed in terms of the time that is booked in each of the facilities, but not the actual number of users during those times. So I just wanted to ensure that for a business case, I'm assuming that would be part of that analysis as well. I just wanted to note that again. So I guess now, yeah, we just need to raise $25 million, and that will be the next step. So all of you well-connected people in the community, speak to your friends. We should be prepared, though, that this is going to also need to be coordinated with some sort of offset in terms of development, as these kinds of things usually are. So I'm hoping that's not going to surprise anyone in the community when the time comes. And tonight is a great night to celebrate. I suspect, though, that this is going to get more and more difficult as the locations become more and more clear, and the amount of money we need to raise is going to become more and more clear. So I suggest that all of you put a little note in your next January calendar to come back here and support this if that's what you feel, because what we will get next time when specific locations start to be named is we will start to get everyone who is living near those specific locations coming out with concerns. And those concerns, I can tell you right now, will only be about parking and traffic. So let's also look at the business case of how to get people there on foot and without cars. So hopefully we'll see you all in 6 months. And while I have your attention just for a moment, I'm going to give a little plug to the Public Art Advisory Committee and tell you that when you leave the building, please walk down the foyer and turn to your left and look at the beautiful new maquette of the public art piece, the first one at West Van Municipal Hall that is proposed for outside this building, and read about it, and that will come to council in September. So all of you interested arts people, just thought I would mention that tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Well, I wouldn't like to say to Maggie Pappas, it all comes to those who wait, but I will. And to Ms. Beckerman, also a lot of effort in those early days. I think congratulations to Dodie Niedermeyer as the representative in the arts with Anne. The arts community or the committee have done an excellent job. I caution, I hope the same enthusiasm is in 6 months when we have location and find out where the money's come from. That'll be the true measure of what of the enthusiasm today. It might not be as great, but I hope it will. And somewhere out there is a benevolent individual or company that really should look to West Vancouver and say it's about time. So thank you, Maggie Pappas.
Thank you. All right, so I'll just finish up because this is actually a critical milestone for council, but for me personally, I do feel like the planets are lining up. In the last election, most candidates ran on implementing the 4 key policy documents: the OCP, the Economic Development Plan, the Arts and Culture Strategy, and the INSTEP, the North Shore Strategic Transportation Planning Project recommendations. So this is critical, and this is something that the community, I think, supports. It goes towards the vision of council for a more livable, vibrant, and inclusive community on all 3 levels. And just to be specific, the not only, I think we've heard from the speakers tonight that arts bring joy, bring vibrancy. They make our community a more livable one. But something that maybe hasn't been highlighted as much is how the arts bring communities together, a diverse community together. And it's around the newcomers that we have that come to this community, and it's a way to bring newcomers to our community. We have a large Chinese population, we have a large Persian population, we have fantastic art from the First Nations community, and this is a way to bring our community together even more than it is. The commercial elements have been highlighted, but our economic development plan and visitor strategy underscores the importance of arts and culture. And I've often said that for me, the perfect scenario would be, we've got our Spirit Trail now that goes from 14th Street all the way into North Vancouver and past Lonsdale Quay, having an art center that visitors can come, they can get on their bikes, they can visit the arts center, they can go into North Van and visit the new Polygon Gallery. I think that has huge appeal. So the support of the West Van community for the arts is evidenced by the support of the current facilities. All the facilities that are, as been pointed out, aside from the community center and the K-Meek, have been repurposed houses, and we have managed with those for a long time. But it's time for West Vancouver to take our arts community to the next step. So I also want to thank, especially I want to thank the committee that did an absolutely astounding job in a short period of time to give us some of the most concrete research, recommendations, well-considered. So there's the report really is flawless. And so I want to thank Jennifer Webb, who was the chair and did such an amazing job. And I want to thank Cornerstone, without whom we probably couldn't have put this report together. I attended a few meetings, and they just did an amazing job in collating and analyzing data, which isn't easy given the 89 groups that were consulted. I also want to thank the inspiring artists in our community, that some of whom came tonight, and the arts groups for their patience as they've waited and waited and waited, and this has been studied and studied, and it really is time for us to act. As I said, I am personally very invested in this project. I won't be happy until I see shovels in the ground around a new arts facility. And I'm confident that we can find the funding for this. We have different sources of funding, but I am confident we can find the funding. We have many options, and we have the support out there. So the time is right. I support this report wholeheartedly, and I look forward to the receipt of the feasibility study. The last thing, though, that I did want to say before we vote on the motion is I don't think the motion precludes coming forward with different sites. Is that correct? Because you're going to do the feasibility analysis. So in my mind, it would be great if we could be putting some options to the community, options for sites, and so that we can get community input on that. But the bottom line is no longer an option. Pick one, and we'll go with the one that the community supports. So that's my thinking, and unless there's any other speakers, I will call the question. All in favor?
It's on the screen, as written. Amended.
Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? No one? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The meeting will be resuming shortly. Thank you.
Alrighty. Get to the next, my motion. You're going to second it, yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, here it is, that little bit. That's pretty gnarly. Call us back to order then and move to the next item, item number 5. This was a motion that I put forward, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think everyone's read it. I'll just give you sort of the impetus for this motion. I was asked by the United Way to chair a municipal caucus focused on facilitating discussions around services, community-based senior services, and they prepared this motion. They've asked several of the participating municipalities to put forward the same motion to UBCM, and it's really about supporting seniors to stay in their homes rather than institutional care. And we given our position as probably the municipality with the most seniors in British Columbia, we have double the number of seniors to Metro, percentage-wise to Metro. And it's in all of our interests to find a way to ensure that seniors live long and happy lives and are supported in the community. And this is just asking UBCM to do a research into how we can facilitate better collaboration and investment in community-based senior services and in municipal support for senior services, because again, we tend to be the, we get downloaded a lot of these responsibilities, and we're boots on the ground. We're seeing the needs, like the adult respite care center. We hear it directly of the struggles of caregivers and seniors, especially low-income and vulnerable seniors. So it's simply asking the UBCM to do this research-based policy development project to address the growing pressures on municipalities to provide additional services to support their aging populations, including identifying promising practices by local governments and successful collaborations among municipalities, not-for-profit organizations, provincial agencies, and or the federal government, with the goal of developing policy proposals for creating the collaborative structure and processes needed to facilitate greater investments in municipal and not-for-profit senior services and supports. Thank you. Any questions? All right, I'll just call the question then. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 6. Councillor Cam, you want to introduce the motion?
I'll just very quickly introduce this motion. So I think it speaks for itself. It's a motion regarding municipal jurisdiction to regulate single-use items. The impetus for this is there's a couple of sources. One is in my work on behalf of the district on the Zero Waste Committee of Metro Vancouver. We've been hearing a lot more about the challenges of recycling. Everybody in the newspaper has read about the Filipinos sending us back our garbage and our quote-unquote recycling. The market for plastics worldwide, recycled plastics or material to recycled material to process has dried up, and we're having challenges managing waste, and so there's been increasing talk at all levels of government about single-use items and regulating them. The ones that have been in the newspaper the most recently are plastic bag bans, for example, in Victoria. Squamish has decided to move ahead. Others are starting to talk about regulating straws. Aside from plastic, there's polystyrene containers that are the subject of bylaws elsewhere. But there's a challenge we have municipally in that municipalities actually under the community charter don't have the power to regulate to protect the environment. We have the power to regulate a number of things given to us by the province, including businesses, but we don't actually have the power to take measures to protect the environment within the municipality, which I think is absurd and paternalistic. And so when we asked at UBCM last year, when there was a resolution to ask the province to start regulating single-use items, you know, it doesn't have to only be bans, it can be restricting in various different ways. The response, and it's in the motion, was that the ministry, provincial ministry, commends the actions taken by local governments to develop single-use item strategies and other related initiatives to reduce plastic in the environment. So they're commending local initiatives, but meanwhile they haven't given us the power under the community charter to do anything about it. So it's like almost a Kafkaesque situation. So what's happened in Victoria is the Plastic Bag Association has taken the city of Victoria to court regarding the plastic bag ban. And there's a lot of money being earned by lawyers on all sides and a great deal of uncertainty about the legal basis for Victoria's bylaw, or quite frankly, any municipality's bylaw, to regulate single-use items as that municipality sees fit. So a lot of municipalities are acting, but we're acting on shaky legal grounds. So the motion that I wanted to bring, the deadline is June 30th, was one for us to bring a separate motion to UBCM requesting the province to give municipalities the power to regulate single items should they choose to do so. It doesn't bind any municipality, including West Vancouver, from acting in this regard, but it allows us the flexibility to contemplate it. And secondly, that we ask, we write the province and ask for the power. The province can do so by agreement, by regulation, or approval to bylaws. So essentially what we're asking for is the power to take action in this regard, or at least contemplate it. I know some of my colleagues on the Zero Waste Committee, including Councillor Fry from Vancouver, Councillor Hodges from Coquitlam, are very much supportive, and they're going to be speaking to their councils about supporting this at UBCM in September. On the North Shore, we've talked to the city and the district of North Vancouver councillors there, and they're supportive. Ultimately, if we are successful in convincing the province, this will be to the benefit of all municipalities in the province. And I think it's an important issue. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'm hoping that we can support it and that we can hopefully get some movement in this regard. And the final point is, I guess, that I've had, there's a recent announcement that the federal government, the Liberal government, is considering regulating single-use items in 2021, I believe, or 2020. Well, that depends on a lot of things, not the least of which is being reelected, and secondly, maintaining and fulfilling their campaign promises. Thirdly, we don't know what that regulation is going to look like. It might not be, it might be very minimal. So I think that there's still a need for municipalities to be able to regulate with respect to single-use items as they see fit and to tailor it for local conditions. So I think we should pursue this, and I hope my colleagues will support me. So I'm putting the motion on the floor, and I think I need a seconder.
Well, I'll support you,
Okay,
Councillor
thanks.
Cameron. I'll second the motion happily and just add that, yes, the feds will take years to regulate this, if ever. And the other thing I would just add is that the request that the province gives us the ability to regulate plastics is also related to the fact that what they call a forensic audit of our garbage has been done across the North Shore, and we actually have different issues with plastics in different municipalities. So for example, where one municipality might have an issue with lots of plastic bags, this municipality actually has the biggest issue with plastics is coffee cups, plastic coffee cups. So where a ban by the provincial government saying, you know, you shouldn't be allowed to distribute plastic bags actually won't deal with the problem, the biggest problem that we have in this municipality. So it's another reason why we're specifying that each municipality should be able to have regulation abilities on this, which we don't have now.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, as Councillor Cameron pointed out, it seems like a fairly straightforward request, but it really isn't. It's quite complex. And recently in the town of Horseshoe Bay, or the local area of Horseshoe Bay, they actually got together as a community, as a business community, decided they themselves were going to make it work without government regulations and protocol. And it was interesting. It took a lot of effort and cooperation. For example, to get rid of bags, Troll's restaurant actually had more buying power than any of the other little shops. So they agreed to buy bags for the entire community at their low cost, so everybody could afford to do it. And then they still actually had to subsidize bags for those paper bags for those who still couldn't afford to make the switch away from plastic bags. And there's all kinds of rollout effects for the business owners when a policy is in place like this. So, you know, I'm glad they're talking about these things at the senior levels of government, but I also think we've got to keep trying and practicing at grassroots levels and to work out the problems and help shopkeepers adjust and our community adjust. You know, I know a fellow who runs blends, he said there's people who, you know, refuse not to walk out with a straw, and you know, we have our rights and we've just got to adapt. So it's good to see all these collective efforts together. So I applaud you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Gambioli, for highlighting the fact that different municipalities have different single-use plastic needs, shall we say. You know, certainly when I meet with young people, I sit on the Youth Advisory Committee, and they're concerned about this issue, but then I advise them at the same time, you know, what I think the community will be looking for are very tangible ways of how to implement it. You know, for example, if we say we ban all plastic straws tomorrow, what do we tell the business owner that bought 10,000 straws for the next coming 2 years at a discount and now suddenly has to somehow get rid of them or can't get rid of them? And so what do they do with that, right? What do they do with the money that they've lost? What do they do with the now many, many straws that they have? And so I think, you know, this is a great concept, but I think once it comes down to the ground, having it implemented in a wise, tangible way that is realistic for business owners will be really, really key. So just throwing that out there that, you know, I applaud you for where you're going, but I think also once it does come back, we're going to have to make sure that we're implementing it in such a way that makes sense for the community at the same time.
I'll just respond to that briefly. At the end of the day, the perfect result would that everyone just starts living a more sustainable life. The news yesterday or this morning was that McDonald's is thinking about experimenting with wooden cutlery. A&W has been an industry leader in doing away with straws. They still seem to be able to run their businesses. You know, the best case scenario would be the businesses, communities, and Ambleside and everyone voluntarily doing that and all of us changing how we live. Sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. And certainly I think regulation like this should be done very carefully and with ample lead time and more or less as a last resort. But I think we should have the flexibility to at least consider it, I guess I'd say.
Councillor Cameron, can I just ask you one question
Yeah.
about your motion? So you've indicated paper shopping bags. You want to eliminate those as well.
No, see, but let's be clear here. This
Yeah.
isn't about doing anything in terms of regulating single-use items. This is about having the power to consider it. There's a whole separate second stage debate that needs to happen in the community after consultation and carefully done to say what we want to start with, whether we need to start with any of this. The basic point right now is that no municipality can safely regulate without spending tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and having a great deal of uncertainty. That's all I'm trying to rectify with this motion. I agree with the cautions, and I certainly don't want to over-regulate. So all we're doing now is doing this, and I don't have any issue with, I'm not even expressing a preference of what needs to happen first.
Okay. So any other, Councillor Soprovich, and then Councillor Gambioli.
I'll get to you in a minute. There was a report in the National Post recently that Canada was one of the major leaders in recycling across Canada. And that, not I'm aware of it, maybe others are aware that we did not put plastic in the water, in the oceans. Compared to some of the countries throughout the world, you can witness what their beaches are like. Having said that, in Metro, Councillor Cameron, what is the difficulties now with the recycling process? As you mentioned, it was a problem.
Well, it's quite complicated, but to really briefly, we actually in Metro are in a decent position in that we are able to find a market for most of our recycled products. But we also do, I will say at the same time, still have a very significant problem with plastics in the ocean locally. I made a visit with Councillor Fry and Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Carr from Vancouver to our Pacific Research Center at the Fisheries Station. And there's actually a plastics lab that's been set up there, and they are monitoring how, the volume of plastics in seawater and in various different environments. And it is absolutely shocking the extent to which our natural environment is polluted by microplastics. And quite frankly, they said, we don't know the health impacts of some of these things. We're in uncharted territory. So I think that over time, we're going to need to be careful and address the issue. And certainly it's not just a local issue, it's a global issue. But we need to, I think we need to show leadership on this. And think globally, act locally is what everyone's, it's a cliche, but it's true. You change the things you can change. Certainly when I was in Vietnam earlier this year, it was absolutely heartbreaking to see the amount of plastic refuse on the beach every day. And there was a guy who would come by in the morning and sweep it off, and these huge piles, and then the next morning there was the same huge pile, and again and again. And so for sure it's a global problem, but at least we can stop contributing to it.
Well, I support what you're saying. Industry is paying its fair share, I understand now, in relationship to bubble wrap, and there's a plastic out there that encases a good, a particular object that takes even better than scissors to open it. That type of plastic should be banned completely. If industry is paying their fair share, and we say no longer do we want plastic bags, the manufacturers go out of business, do we care?
Yeah, well.
Okay. Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, so just to rebut a couple of things, or just to clarify, Councillor Soprovich is saying industry pays their fair share. In BC, we have a program where industry does pay, but it's only in BC, it's not in the rest of the country.
And it's only partial.
I would say, yeah, it's only commercial, and I wouldn't say they pay their fair share, but what they do is they just pass the cost on to the consumers. So, you know, it's not really their fair share, in my opinion. So just getting back to the motion, really what we're doing is we're asking the province to give us the right to regulate plastics in our community. We're also asking them to consider giving that same right to all municipalities in BC at the UBCM convention. It's great to ask. I am not going to hold my breath that they're going to do it, or that they're going to even do it within the next 2 or 3 years. It's, again, the bureaucracy churns very slowly, even slower at the provincial level. So, I would just say that for now, any, local company that's buying 10,000 straws, plastic straws these days, is not doing the right thing. And those of us who are consumers going to McDonald's, like I've been doing for years, saying to the manager, well, why did you switch from styrofoam to paper if you don't have anywhere to recycle the damn paper in your store? So anyway, we as consumers have got to, every day, probably 10 times a day, refuse plastic bags, stop using plastic coffee cups, stop and take stuff home to recycle if you have to, like some of us do. And we have to change because I'm not clear that the governments higher up will have the guts to do it. We can ask, but I don't know that they will. So it's up to all of us to do it every day.
Okay. On that, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we have the Heritage Revitalization Agreement regarding the Hewitt House.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. So I have prepared a brief presentation and overview of a Heritage Revitalization Agreement and Heritage Designation bylaws to allow for a heritage designation and protection of the Hewitt House. So the subject property is located at 3321 Radcliffe Avenue and is approximately 6,587 square feet in area. The lot does have a similar configuration as lots to the west within the frontages of, with the lots having frontages both on Radcliffe Avenue and on Marine Drive. The existing home, the Hewitt House, is situated on the southern portion of the site. The landscaping on site is mature and manicured landscaping at the front and rear of the home. There are 3 larger previously topped cedar trees located north of the home. In this photo on screen, you can actually see those cedar trees. The current siting and height of the Hewitt House was approved through the development variance permit process in 2001 and 2002 when the house was moved from the previous location, which straddled the lot line between the existing Lot 21 and the Lot 22, which is seen to the east. During the house relocation, the Hewitt House was provided a new concrete foundation, a new sprinkler system, and a secondary suite rental suite, and in that they maintained and refurbished the heritage features within the home. So currently, there is no vehicle parking on the property. There are 3 available areas for parking currently. So on-street parallel parking on the south side of Radcliffe Avenue, on-street parallel parking on the south side of Marine Drive, and as indicated on screen, within the Marine Drive Boulevard, which is accessed from the curb let down seen on screen. So again, that area that you see there, that is actually within the district's boulevard. And also just I might mention that this photo actually does provide a good indication of what the property looks like from the front. So again, between the fencing and the trees, you can't really even see the Hewitt House from Marine Drive. And again, much like many properties in this portion of Marine Drive, they've actually fenced in the boulevard. So essentially a lot of these properties east and west of the site have essentially assumed the boulevard as private space. So again, just do a brief overview. The residence was initially constructed in 1924 and built by George H. Hewitt. The Hewitt House is considered to be the first permanent residence in West Bay, and it is a good example of craftsman cottage architecture from the 1920s. The Hewitt House has been nominated to be placed on the West Vancouver Community Heritage Register, and it is proposed to add the Hewitt House to the Community Heritage Register, which provide the site eligibility for heritage conservation tools and incentives enabled under Part 15 of the Local Government Act. Maybe just show you to the photos on the screen. The existing roof line and raised entrance areas on the east and north side of the building are still maintained to this day. And generally speaking, and as noted within the Heritage Conservation Plan, the Hewitt House is considered to be in excellent condition. So the proposed heritage revitalization agreement would vary aspects of the zoning bylaw to allow the property to be subdivided. The Hewitt House would be retained and provided municipal heritage protection on the southern lot, while a new residence would be built on the smaller northern lot. As indicated on screen, Lot 1 will allow for a lot area of approximately 4,400 square feet and an FAR of approximately 0.66. And again, the siting of the Hewitt House will remain as it is seen today. So Lot 2 will provide for a lot area of 2,100 square feet and an FAR of approximately 0.72. The total floor area of the new house to be built on Lot 2 will be approximately 1,500 square feet. Neither lot will have parking provided on site. Parking will be available on Radcliffe Avenue and on Marine Drive, and a pedestrian easement has been secured to ensure Lot 1 has legal access to Marine Drive, where parking is generally more readily available in this portion of Marine Drive. So the Heritage Advisory Committee considered the proposal at its March 5th, 2019 meeting, and again on May 8th of 2019. The committee supported the proposal at its second meeting after revisions to the project. Initially, the proposal required landscaping clarifications and adjustments to the roof lines to better reflect the heritage character of the Hewitt House. As seen on screen, the original proposal is seen there, and on the right side is the current proposal, ultimately supported by the Heritage Advisory Committee. There are some minor refinements to the landscape plan, which will be completed between staff and the applicant's landscape architect. So I guess in conclusion, the proposed Heritage Revitalization Agreement is aligned with the OCP objectives to retain, protect, and revitalize heritage assets within the community. And the proposed development of the subject site represents a sensitive, diverse, and subtle form of infill development which retains the character and scale of the existing West Bay neighborhood. So staff recommends that the Hewitt House be added to the Community Heritage Register. The proposed Heritage Revitalization Agreement and Heritage Designation Bylaw for the property be given first reading and scheduled for a public hearing. That's it.
Okay, Councillor Cameron.
A couple questions. I'm quite supportive of this, so don't misunderstand what I'm coming from. I think that the proposed house is modestly sized. I guess I'm still a bit concerned about how the lot is, how small Lot 2 is, and how the new single-family dwelling, how hard it is to the lot line. I think we're asking for a variance to 0.5 feet from the lot line, which is the boulevard there. You said is 20 feet.
Through the chair, yes. In that portion of Marine Drive, it's 20 feet wide.
I was asking myself why that the house is jammed the new house would be jammed so close to Marine Drive. And I thought maybe it was to preserve the trees, but now I'm hearing that all of the mature cedars that are behind the Hewitt House are going to come down, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, personally, I have to say, I guess what I'm concerned is future use of the boulevard by the district. I think about something like cycle lanes or something. We have ton of road cyclists who go along Marine Drive, and it's a bit wider there, and maybe, it's just not something, it'd be too disruptive for existing residents to widen Marine Drive there to include cycle lanes, but I just note that the existing cycling condition on Marine Drive, sort of west of, right about here, is pretty poor, and I'm concerned about allowing for a 0.5 meter. Essentially what you're saying is go ahead and use the boulevard for your own private yard. And I worry about that limiting options in future. I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime, but maybe in future for widening Marine Drive for cyclists, for example. So I don't understand why we couldn't just push that common lot line to the south of the new dwelling 10 feet, 15 feet, and then push the new dwelling, back it off the lot line a little more than half a foot. I would prefer that. I also think that hard up to the lot line is maybe not as livable either, so I don't know. It's a question, is this possible? Are there issues for why it couldn't happen, I suppose what I'm asking, Mr. Willem.
Through the mayor, I think we've looked at those options. The intent of the space is to provide the livability between the two lots. Staff have reviewed, the position of the new single-family dwelling on Lot 2 with respect to future use of Marine Drive, and have no concerns at this point. Your point is taken. At some point in the future, there could be, for example, an expansion of Marine Drive for cycling lanes or the like. But if you recall, if you look at the photo, there's a significant amount of room there that we could provide both parking space and an expanded cycle lane in consultation with our engineering department there. So, from a technical feasibility perspective, staff aren't concerned with the siting of the home.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Lambert.
Yes, I have the same concerns that Councillor Cameron was just voicing. Do we have a picture that shows the Marine Drive frontage and the setback of the house where the sidewalk is and where the street is? So on this particular drawing, the house would just be a little bit back of the existing sidewalk. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, the fence line that you see right there in front of the car, that's approximately the property line.
Okay.
So it would be a foot, about a half a foot south of that.
Okay,
fence.
fine, thanks. That gives me a little more comfort. I thought it was really tight up to the street, so, okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Over to Mr. Wilhelm. On page 9 of your report, you say that the neighbors were generally supportive of the project under 6.3. Can you clarify generally? Because this is sort of ambiguous.
Through the chair, I actually received that information from the applicant. I wasn't actually at the preliminary meeting, so that's what I was told. I do know that the applicant is here to further explain that, if possible.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to clarify that, if council the proposal advances, the applicant's going to be required to advertise, and of course, folks will have their opportunity to speak. At this point, in conversation with the applicant, we are aware that through their public process, that's council's public process regarding sort of that preliminary conversation, that folks are generally supportive. Frankly, staff haven't heard any concerns about the proposal. From our perspective, we think it's a good thing. Generally, neighbors are supportive of retaining heritage, providing these types of housing options. These are the things we've heard through the official community plan. So, subject to notification and, of course, your decision at the next meeting, folks are obviously going to have an opportunity to come out and say their piece on their support for the application.
So just a clarification, Mr. Bailey, then, if this proceeds to public hearing, it'll come back to council for further discussion and decision,
absolutely,
correct?
absolutely.
Okay, Councillor Soprovich.
I remember 10 or 12 years ago, or even before that, there was an applicant made a suggestion to council that they wanted to enclose the district land to give their privacy along Marine Drive, and it was turned down. Ms. Lemus, the properties that have been behind fenced areas, that's district land, do they pay tax on that?
I mean, ultimately, homes are taxed on their assessed values. We don't specifically go out and monitor. We most certainly don't have the resources to do that.
Well, along the same lines as Councillor Lambert and Cameron, I must say that somewhere just above Dunderave, there was a development went in, which was 2 small houses. One a little lower, the other one up on the rise. The owner had the option to live in one and have a family in the other. It fit perfectly on the lot. Next door, a large house was built, and the difference was amazing. I could see that this would be a real good thing. The focus of a smaller unit on the back. If, by looking at the diagrams, if the architect or even recommendations from staff that they maybe move the house back a little bit that's on Marine Drive, I think there'd be ample room in there. But I think it's a good project. I hope it comes to public hearing.
Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion.
I just have one quick question for staff, just
Okay.
arising from so you said there's ample parking on the street, but there's also going to be reserved or signed on-street parking? What is that going to look like? What does that mean?
Madam Chair, there will actually be no dedicated or signed parking. So again, it will just be on-street parking, and just in this...
Just regular on-street parking?
Regular on-street parking, and again, anecdotally, it's not like we have a traffic impact assessment or anything, but in this specific area of Marine Drive, there is actually ample parking because the majority of people have driveways off of Radcliffe Avenue and or park on Radcliffe Avenue.
Okay. I just wondered what that meant in the report on page 6. Although not dedicated to the subject site, am I reading this wrong? Reserved or signed on-street parking will be available on Marine Drive.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there will not be any sort of parking on site
Okay.
or any sort of reserved parking within the
Okay.
boulevard or on
Great,
the street.
thank you. Councillor Wong.
Sorry, one more point of clarification, Mr. Wilhelm. The fence that you were talking about, is that metal fence or the wooden fence?
Through the chair, the wooden fence is the approximate property line.
Okay, so the house would be at that level?
Through the
1
chair,
foot
yes.
behind the wooden
A
fence.
little bit behind of it, yes,
Okay,
by
got
half
it.
a foot.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, discussion? Put the motion forward.
Okay, I'll put the
Councillor-
motion on the floor that 3321 Radcliffe Avenue, Hewitt House be added to the West Vancouver Community Heritage Register pursuant to Section 598 of the Local Government Act.
Okay, further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried?
That was easy, all right. And I will further recommend that the proposed Heritage Revitalization Agreement bylaw number 5026-2019 be read a first time.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Opposed?
I'll just speak to that.
Oh, okay.
I'll just make my
You'll
point.
speak to that after I speak to that.
You want to speak to it?
I'm
Okay.
making the motion.
Yep,
Yeah, boy.
thank you.
Okay, so several things. This is, I think, very exciting because we've had a number of these come through this year through our Heritage Advisory Committee. The applicant has been through the ringer on this one, just so that you know, back to the Heritage Advisory Committee twice, and the Heritage Advisory Committee all took a tour of the site as well. So they have supported it, as you can see in the report. And it's also supported by our relatively new OCP, so I think that's exciting. And I just wanted to comment on the photo earlier of the boulevard part and related to the question from Councillor Soprovich. So your question was, do we tax people on that land? Well, we don't yet, but hereby be warned that the Finance Committee a couple of weeks ago is looking for more revenue for the district, okay? So one of the options that the Finance Committee is going to research is whether or not we should actually be looking at taxing people who are intentionally fencing in their boulevards, just like you saw on both sides of that photo. Those people are using our public boulevard for their private pleasure. So that is an issue that's going to be coming up. The district's always looking for money. So that is an opportunity that we're going to be looking at, Councillor Soprovich. And so my last comment is just related to the issue, the fact that most of these heritage properties are on land that has not been disturbed or redeveloped for 100 years or 50 years, and therefore often have large green things growing on them, which are trees. And in this case, that is the case here, and it is the case with another one of the HRAs that we will look at in the near future. So it comes down to one question of which is more important, saving the heritage building that has value, or saving a stand of 100-year-old cedars. And we do place a value on the greenery, the trees in the community. So I just want people to be aware that that's a trade-off in these kind of heritage revitalization agreements, and I think it will be going forward as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Well, I have a few things to respond to. First off, the trees, if this property was redeveloped, the trees would be gone because they would be within the building envelope. They're in the middle of the lot, if you saw the picture, and they would be square dab right in the middle of the building envelope, which our tree bylaw does not protect. So without the tree heritage revitalization agreement, we would lose these trees regardless. So the question is whether you want one big house or whether you want a heritage house and a smaller house. Secondly, as the chair of the Finance Committee, I can assure the community that we are not, and on my tenure, will never look at taxing. No, I'm not bringing that forward for consideration. It hasn't been brought forward for consideration. It's never been identified.
Councillor Gambioli.
And we are not, over my dead body, are we going to be looking to tax people for areas of the boulevard they might have planted a tree on. We already asked them to maintain those areas if they plant them. It's to the interests of the community and the neighborhood that these areas be nicely maintained. Otherwise, the district would have to pay to maintain it. So I don't know if I've seldom heard a sillier idea than that. And then
Councillor Gambioli, you will have a chance to speak.
On the item before us, I'm much in favor of these kinds of projects. I think that we do have to protect heritage. I also like the fact that we'll be providing a 1,500 square foot house for a family to live in. I think it's good. It's a right sizing, and it's a modest home, and it's part of a housing stock that we need. I do, further to my question, Mr. Wilhelm, I hear you that there's a boulevard there. I imagine I would be more comfortable if the house was moved more than 0.5 feet off the lot line. The reason why we have these setbacks is we have them throughout the municipality for a reason, and 0.5 is quite close, and it seems to me that I haven't heard any technical reason why the lot line couldn't be moved. The common lot line couldn't be moved to the south. And so I don't know why we couldn't move it 10 feet. I don't know what the distance between the new house and the existing house is. It seems to be about 30, 40 feet, 50 feet. So it seems to me that taking 10 feet off that wouldn't unduly squish the area in between, and it would make the house so it was a little more generously off the road. And I do note the research out there that says the farther you are away from a busy street, the healthier it is for the occupants. So I just offer that up.
Councillor Gambioli.
Oh, is it me already? Oh, dear. Okay. I'm sorry, but I just have to prove Councillor Cameron wrong.
Maybe while you're looking at that, can you just comment, Mr. Bailey or Mr. Wilhelm, whether Councillor Cameron's proposal would change the motions before us? Could we go forward with them, or is this going to be a significant change?
Madam Mayor, you could proceed with the motions. Again, what we'll do is we'll go back and speak with the applicant. Staff are comfortable with our recommendations. We think that the project is well-designed and appropriate, but we'll discuss with the applicant and have a response ready for the public hearing.
Okay.
So just to clarify, because I do want to clarify, Councillor Cameron, in our Finance Committee meeting, which perhaps you were not there for the beginning, I want to be clear with the community, okay? At our meeting, we approved subcommittees of the Finance Committee looking at additional revenue sources, one of which is encroachment agreements. And I'll just read the last sentence, which says, in other municipalities, encroachment is allowed only through encroachment agreements, which generally set terms for encroachment and charge for such access. West Vancouver is unique in the Lower Mainland in the degree to which it has allowed encroachment by private property owners into the public realm without regulation or compensation. So that was passed at our last Finance Committee meeting, and members of the Finance Committee will be working on that on an informal basis and reporting back to council.
But we're talking about a heritage revitalization agreement. We're not having the Finance Committee meeting. You guys can sort this out.
I just like to.
Council, we have a busy night tonight, and we're not going to get through it. Excuse me. All right. So let's call the question on the unless there's any other speakers, on the motion before us, which is the second one. Be read a first time, the proposed HRA. Can I call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then the next motion, Councillor Gambioli.
Is that the proposed heritage designation bylaw, number 5027, 2019, be read a first time.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And that proposed heritage revitalization agreement bylaw number 5026, 2019, and proposed heritage designation bylaw number 5027, 2019, be presented at a public hearing scheduled for July 15th, 2019 at 5 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council Chamber, and that statutory notice be given of the scheduled public hearing.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 8. Proposed rezoning and development variance permit for 4358 Ross Crescent.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Michelle McGuire, the Manager of Current Planning and Urban Design, who will present on this issue. So I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just let me pull up the presentation. So before you tonight for 4358 Ross Crescent is a proposed rezoning and a development variance permit, or DVP, application. Staff are recommending approval of first reading and setting a date for public hearing and consideration at the same time for the development variance permit. So the map on the screen shows the site outlined in purple there. The site is located on Ross Crescent in the Stearman Beach area. And it has single-family houses located to the east and west, with Burrard Inlet located to the south and Ross Crescent to the north. So just to provide some background on the application, an original application was submitted in March of last year for the site that included a rezoning application and a development variance permit application. Based on the site's location on the foreshore and in response to the provincial guidelines for mitigating flood hazards, at the time staff requested that the applicant submit a flood hazard assessment report from a qualified professional. So then in April of this year, the applicant submitted an updated application with the flood hazard assessment report that was submitted from an engineering consultant firm, Northwest Hydraulics Consulting, who are qualified in coastal engineering. The report recommends how the site should be developed, including a flood construction level of 5.8 meters. And along with that, the applicant did submit updated architectural plans as well. So just to provide some background on flood construction levels in West Vancouver, Section 524 of the Local Government Act authorizes the district to designate floodplain land, but currently West Vancouver does not have land specifically designated. Staff are currently underway with developing policy and regulations to mitigate the risk of flood impacts, though. In the absence of a designated FCL bylaw and guidelines, staff can request information from a certified professional specifying how sites can be safely used, as we did in the Ross Crescent example. So the proposal before Council tonight, as I mentioned before, includes rezoning of a portion of the site from M1 to RS4 along the foreshore. The M1 is marine zoning, typically attributed to foreshore or public lands, and then the rest of the site is zoned RS4, single-family zoning. So the rezoning would simply consolidate the zoning for the subject site. The proposed development variance permit is proposing variances as part of the proposal for the single-family house, and those are to accommodate development relative to the flood construction level, along with other variances to accommodate building siting with respect to side and front yard setbacks. On the screen here is an image or rendering of the proposal seen from the water that was provided by the architects. On the screen here are two section diagrams. On the top, it shows a section going east-west through the site. And then on the bottom is a section going north-south through the site with the waterfront shown on the left of the screen and Ross Crescent shown on the right of the screen. So the reason I included these sections is to show how the proposal is proposing to terrace up from the adjacent sites and from the waterfront and from Ross Crescent. So the section on the top of the screen shows the adjacent sites and how the proposal terraces up to the flood construction level at the main level of the house. And then similarly on the bottom section on the screen there, it shows how the proposal uses retaining walls and terraces up from the waterfront to the flood construction level, the main level of the house, and then terraces back down to the garage and Ross Crescent. So the proposal for the single-family house is approximately 2,800 square feet and 2 stories, plus a sealed or tanked basement proposed below the FCL. And also a detached garage and storage building is located in the front yard of the site adjacent to Ross Crescent. So this shows the extent of the rezoning. As I mentioned before, the proposal includes a rezoning application to rezone the area shown in gray from M1 to RS4. And as I said before, the M1 zoning is typically associated with public or foreshore lands, and so this would rezone the site due to an accretion application that has been approved by the province for that area to be accreted to the subject site. So in terms of the proposed variances, there are a number of variances that I could go through. So for the garage and the house, a side yard setback is proposed to be varied. For the house itself, it's proposed that the combined side yard setback would be varied, although the minimum setback requirements are met for each of the sides of the house to the west and the east. And for the garage, for both the garage and the house, one thing to note is that the proposal is located further away from the adjacent property lines than the existing house and garage is today. Then in terms of the front yard variance and the variance to allow a minor increase in the impermeable area, which is essentially a landscaping requirement in the zoning bylaw, that is proposed to allow the garage and the storage building to be located in the area adjacent to Ross Crescent. And then the other variances are all related to the flood construction level. So essentially, building height, garage height, highest building face envelope, and the basement definition are proposed to be varied so that FCL, which has been determined by the consultant report at 5.8 meters, is then used as the average grade for which height is then measured from, height of the garage or height of the house. And then also retaining walls are proposed to be varied across the site. However, there is a restriction in the proposed development variance permit that would restrict any retaining wall on the site to not have any greater height of exposed face that you could see of 4 feet. So it could not be more than 4 feet in exposed height at any point on the site. So in terms of neighborhood input, I know council's received a significant amount of input on this to date already. Just to give a bit of background, the applicant did host a meeting in June of 2018, so last year. That was prior to the application being updated with the engineering report and the updated plans. So at that time, the applicant reported that they did not receive a significant amount of feedback at that time. However, as council has been receiving input, when staff received the updated proposal with the FCL determination, we did create a web page and then also mailed out a courtesy notice to let people in the surrounding area know about the proposal. And since that time, as I indicated, we have received a significant amount of feedback. So concerns have really focused mainly on the proposal to increase the grade of the site and concerns related to that. And this is related to both the higher height of the site and the grade of the site, and then also the resultant higher height of the house. So concerns mostly focused in that regard on potential impacts of privacy and overlook to adjacent sites, and then also precedents that it could set for other sites in the area. So to just describe a little bit more about what's proposed in terms of the height of the house, the proposed house, the height is approximately 41 feet, and that's based on distance from mean sea level. And then to provide an apples to apples comparison, that would mean that for the site to the east, the existing house, it would be approximately 2.6 feet higher than the peak of the house to the east, and approximately 4.5 feet higher than the peak of the house to the west. As well, it's noted that the subject site is currently lower than the 2 adjacent sites to the east and the west. So the proposal is raising the height of the subject site. However, the sites to the east and the west are currently higher than that site. In terms of that relationship, one other thing to note is that the proposal to have retaining walls at the east and the west, there are existing fences on the east and the west. I could just maybe point to this section diagram, might help. So the section diagram on the top of the screen there, it shows the existing fences on the east and the west properties. And so what's proposed, and the applicant is here to provide a presentation as well, is to put retaining walls in behind the fences that are existing and then terrace the site up to the flood construction level. And then also just to note, in terms of response to the concern about the raised grade and potential for increased height on the house, is that it is expected that as sites develop in this area over time, that they would also be expected to be increased to the flood construction level in the area. And then another concern that has been raised a number of times is concern about potential for stormwater flow to be increased from the raised height of this site onto adjacent sites. And so in response to that, our district regulations do require that sites are graded and designed such that it forces any water that falls on the site through rainfall to be forced out to the flow towards the ocean, not onto adjacent sites. And that's a condition of the proposed development variance permit as well. One other concern that has been raised is about flooding that has been experienced in the Ross Crescent and Irwin Drive areas. And staff had reviewed what occurred in the winter of 2018. There was flooding events in December of 2018. And staff, we discussed this with our colleagues in engineering, and they reviewed what had occurred there and noted that Irwin Park is, it serves as, or should serve as a detention pond for stormwater events and high rainfall events. And if it does have a backwater valve, which if it was functioning would stop seawater from coming into the detention pond when you have a high rainfall event combined with a high tide event. But at the time that the flooding event occurred, that backwater valve was not operating correctly. And so since that time, staff have replaced it. So just to conclude, staff do support the proposal and feel that the architect's plans, in concert with the engineering report, respond to current recommendations for addressing sea level rise. We do recommend that council gives first reading to the proposed rezoning bylaw and set July 15th as the date for public hearing and concurrent consideration of the development variance permit. Thank you. And I'd also note that the applicant team is here to give a presentation, and representatives from Northwest Hydraulics are here as well to answer council's questions.
Under the light of the provincial guidelines and flood control levels, knowing that the entire area is the floodplain, why is this set up as an example to beat the future rise, sea level rise, when in fact there are reports that the rise is not going to be as significant as we think? And
Can I
hang on.
let council
And in light of preparing for the future, I can't say to my colleagues on the working group for tidal rise right now that we have anything anywhere near a conclusion, Madam Mayor. Even an interim report. The North Shore is involved in a plan for sea level rise affecting all
Councillor
three
Soprovich,
municipalities.
Are you going to ask
So
a question?
The question is, why would we go to this extent at this point in time when we don't have an overall plan for the flood zone levels in the future?
Madam Mayor, I want to be really clear on this. The owner who's here, he would like to build a house. He and his wife would like to build a house. They have worked with us and followed due process on this. Like most folks, they want to buy a house. They own property in a floodplain, and there are regulations and rules about how you develop in floodplains. Chief building officials can ask architects and professionals to provide reports that talk about how you build those houses so that they are safe for habitation, and how they are going to avoid flooding from climate change, and also in this case, flooding from climate change not only from the ocean water, but from the Cypress Creek as well. So you have two of those hydraulic influences in this area. So the applicant, under staff's direction, went out and followed absolute best practices and common and accepted data and projections surrounding climate change in coastal communities, and came up with an FCL of 5.8, which is what staff have reviewed, staff recommend, and they have built their proposal on that.
Well, if I may just follow up, there are no bylaws governing how we're going to deal with flood control levels?
So staff are, in the absence of having an FCL, staff are developing a bylaw, flood construction level for the entire district. We're also bringing a report to you in the next couple of weeks on developing a development permit area for foreshore zones to deal with sea level rise and mitigation measures associated with that. But again, in the interim and in the meantime, these folks have again followed absolute best due diligence in providing that report through a qualified coastal engineer to come up with an FCL. And Councillor Sawbridge, I can say with a high degree of certainty that, you know, once we do the FCL bylaw for the entire area, that the FCL bylaw for the entire area around Stearman Beach, staff will be recommending that that be somewhere in and around the range of, you know, 5.5 to 5.8 to 5.9 meters based on the guidelines associated with sea level rise science.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but I'll wait and
So,
see.
Madam Mayor, we're getting our information, and I want Council to know this, from guidelines that have been developed through global projections, global models, and through the province of British Columbia, where there are guidelines in place that municipalities should and must follow with respect to protection of property.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? Or maybe we'll hear from the applicant first and then...
Is it my turn to speak now?
Sure.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. My name is Robert Heffel. I, along with my wife Jennifer, are the owners of the property of 4358 Ross Crescent. We purchased the lot in September of 2017 as we have friends who live in the street, and we always enjoyed visiting the neighborhood. I realized I didn't say, I also enjoyed visiting my friends as well, not just the neighborhood. In October 2017, we hired HDA architects and proceeded to design a modest-sized home that would be both aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood as well as fit this rather challenging, long, narrow lot. Our plans were submitted in March of 2018 and subscribed to the posted flood construction level of 4.5 meters at that time. In July 2018, it was brought to our attention by the district that we would need to adhere to a new FCL as recommended by the province's Coastal Flood Hazard Report, released in January 2018. We then submitted our plans along with a coastal engineer report on April 4, 2019 that adhered to the new guidelines. As change is often difficult to accept, we realize this new required height will be a big change for the neighborhood, and we know there are questions and some complaints. After 15 months of research and obtaining a full analysis report from NHC, a coastal engineer, on potential flooding hazards, we understand the realities of climate change, the suggested provincial guidelines, and we'll continue to work with the planning department and council on this project. Together with our professional architecture and landscape team, we have redesigned a home that has addressed both the hard realities of the future of home building in flood hazard areas while also being sensitive for it to fit comfortably among the existing neighborhood. We have worked with planning department for 15 months to produce a solutions-based plan. The financial hardship and delays incurred by us to date have been onerous, but we feel we've been very patient and accommodating during this process. We hope that Mayor and Council will move forward with the next steps in this process and consider the development variance permit and the zoning amendment. I will now turn it over to architect Gordon Helinski to continue the project and variance requests.
Thank you, Rob, and Madam Mayor and members of Council. I'm here actually representing my daughter, who's actually my boss now, but she's off on holidays, so guess who has to carry the load?
I'm always away on business trips. Sorry, I'm always away on business. My wife's away on a business trip, so she's not here this evening either.
So I'll try to address the primary concerns rather than going into the detailed design which we'll address at the public hearing. So the site you can sort of see is on Stearman Beach. That's the existing dwelling that is located in the center of the photograph there. The site, the house that's on there is built in the 30s, is largely overgrown and in very poor condition. I think most of you councillors were at a meeting there we had in earlier in the winter to actually see the condition of the site. So this is the proposed, that you saw the previous picture. The proposed project is located in the middle photograph. On the left is the picture of the house on the left, which is actually their garage, and on the right is the neighboring property to the east. This is sort of a housekeeping thing, but under the new regulations now, the accretion has to be now changed by rezoning, even though it's now consolidated into the lot. So that's kind of a housekeeping thing more than anything else. The site is very narrow, and as you can sort of see, relative to the neighbors, it is one of the smaller lots. So the first variance is for the side yard, combined side yard variance for the house itself. The pink version here is the original house, and there's an outline here that you can see is the proposed dwelling. So it's not a much bigger footprint. In fact, it's narrower than the existing house. And then the garage is at the street here, and again, the existing is in the pink, and the outline of the new garage is there. So both of those need the setback variances. So in addition to the minimum side yards, we also have the actual house has quite a bit of variation in its modulation of the side yards. So it isn't just a straight box going all the way back. So the big issue is the flood construction level, which was further reinforced by the widespread flooding in last December's storm. We have for many years requested the planning department to address how they calculate average grade for these low-lying properties, as the lowest existing grade is the determinant for building height, highest building face, and basement exemption. So, and I think Bill Chapman was in the audience here somewhere. He's also been on their case to try to get this resolved, but it's been like pulling hen's teeth to kind of get this bylaw changed. Historically, most of the homes were built in the 3 to 3.5 meter geodetic elevation. Now there's also some confusion between geodetic and tidal elevations. The tidal elevation from the tide charts is actually 3 meters higher than the geodetic. So the current, like this current house is sitting at 2.3 meters, which is basically 8 feet average grade above the geodetic. And then if you look at these photographs, you can sort of see 3.5 is where, on here is where the previous bylaw was written at. Actually, it wasn't a bylaw, it was a guideline. And then, so the houses that were built up until 2013 were built at that level. And then that's where all the calculations were based on. And so you can sort of see where a lot of the houses, we even did some houses at this level because that's as high as we could actually build the houses under bylaw. So then in 2013, the previous planner came out with a notice to builders that the elevation should be raised to 4.5 meters, which is this line, which is basically the underside of this floor elevation on the existing house. And then the provincial government came in with the guideline raising it to this 5.6 meter elevation. So you can sort of see that all of a sudden we've come up 11 feet from the previous elevation of this main floor. So we had a heck of a time trying to find a coastal engineer that was, number one, qualified, had experience, and 3, was able to give us a proposal that we could have our clients approve, because we actually have had 4 projects on the waterfront with this same issue. And finally, we did get a proposal from NHC. We actually have them in attendance here, so if there is any questions of them, you can ask ask questions to them later. They did submit their proposal, and based on their proposal, the FCL turned out to be 5.8. So basically the high tide with the surge is at 2.89 meters, which is where the flood level was this last December. And then with the wave effects, it goes from 0.86 of a meter this currently, and then it's going up to 1.19 under the new guidelines. Another 1 meter for the sea level rise over the next 80 years, and then there's some subsidence, and then you have to add another 2 feet or 0.6 of a meter for freeboard. So that ends up at this 5.8 meter elevation. So the
Mr. Helinski, what is freeboard?
It's a very good question. That's the one question I kept asking all our coastal engineers to describe. And they say, well, it's a factor that we have to take into account for the unknown.
Oh, okay.
So, and every consultant gave us the same kind of answer, which was quite frustrating.
Sort of a contingency.
Yeah. So the increased datum may seem daunting at first, and we were also shocked that this was going to be a real problem, and we had several heated discussions with planning department saying that this is ridiculous. But at the end of the day, we worked through the design, and we think we have come up with a design that works by terracing the site on up from both the sea and also from Ross Crescent to make it fit with the grades. You can sort of see here that this is the condition of our site on the west side. So right now they have a 4-foot high retaining wall against our property. Then there's a 6-foot fence, and then there's 20-foot trees on the west side, basically a hedge all along that property line. On the east side, it's a similar condition with a 4-foot wall, a fence, and you can sort of see they've even got encroachments on their, coming right to our property line on their side. So what could we build under the existing bylaw? So under the existing bylaw, our average grade is 8. And based on that elevation, we would have to come up to the FCL of 19, which is what is determined as the 5.8 meter elevation. So we could build a 14-foot high dwelling on this thing, which, and with the setback requirements, what we could build was basically a double-wide trailer sitting on 8-foot stilts. That's what would comply with bylaw. So you can sort of see that right now our main floor is basically at the level of the upper floor for this residence and sort of halfway in between on this one. The roof, you can see if you project it, we're about 2.5 feet higher than the neighbor on the east and 4.5 feet higher than the neighbor on the west. There was some concern about our building blocking sunlight to the neighboring properties. As you can see, the current state of the site was very overgrown. We've managed to cut down some of the trees, but there will be more tree removal and shrub removal, and we will actually be improving light to the neighboring properties. This is the last variance that we're asking for, is for the for the garage at the street. You can sort of see the current state of the garage at the street, and this is what we're proposing, is to keep the garage closer to the street here, and minimize the amount of asphalt or hard surface paving to get to the garage to comply with with the zoning bylaw, we would have to be 30 feet back, which ends up with far more hard surface and ruins this green space that we can create in between, and generally increases the impermeability of the site. The neighboring property on the east has the same condition in terms of where their garage is sitting in the same location as we're proposing. You can see here that on this landscape plan that we're putting an extensive landscape, and we've got Paul Sang, who is the preeminent landscape residential architect in Vancouver, has come up with a very refined landscape plan, which starts out at the street at level. You come up to a mid-level, basically 4 feet above the street, and you come up another 4 feet to the house. And the same thing on this side. We come from the house, you step down 4 feet, and then come down 4 feet again to this to the seawall at this location. So I think that basically covers our presentation. I think we could also maybe just to go through those sections that Michelle had indicated. This is actually the amount of retaining wall that is exposed on the west side, and on the east side, this is the amount of retaining wall that is exposed. But in fact, the retaining wall is all behind the fence, and the plan is to actually have on the west side there is already a 20-foot hedge on this side, and on the east side we're proposing to actually add some more hedging along that side as well. Now the advantage of that also is that by putting the retaining wall here, we can actually raise our hedge up higher, so that an 8-foot hedge gives us privacy from both our side as well as from the neighbor's side. If we kept the retaining wall, no retaining wall without the variance, we would have to be down at this level for the, we could only fill up to the level of the existing walls, and that would end up having a worse impact on privacy from both neighbors. So the retaining wall being up, and because it's hidden behind the fence, it has very, very little impact. And this is the worst case scenario, because as it moves down towards the front and back of the property, the height of that wall keeps decreasing until it gets to 0 at both ends. So I think that concludes my presentation, and we would look forward to your support in moving this forward to a public hearing, and we've also scheduled a neighborhood meeting for next Wednesday to meet with any neighbors to voice their concerns, and if we can come up with some critical or some compromises on whatever, we could maybe make those changes before the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, can I make a motion to extend past
Yes.
10 o'clock?
Sure. Seconder? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. All right, so council, any questions for the applicant now?
In the basement in relationship to flood level control.
The basement is intended to be tanked.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's a concrete, number one, it's ballasted, so it's a big, thick concrete slab at the bottom, and then it's all reinforced and structurally engineered to be a tank. So you could actually flood the whole property all the way up to the floor level, and the water would not get into the basement. It's a patented system that has been used extensively in flood-prone areas.
I'm just curious. So the mean level of the ocean, and you get your surge, and that's what they call still water.
Yeah.
And then, because we're situated in an awkward position of a southwesterly,
That's right.
the wave surge goes even higher than that.
That's right.
And is that the concern of when you would be flooded?
That's correct, because the wave surge here is greater than it is, for instance, in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And, so other municipalities have come up with FCLs of 4.6, 4.8, 4.9, but then even they are now requiring for a coastal engineer in areas where they suspect there could be an issue to have a coastal engineer report as well. Vancouver is requiring this now, and they've actually raised their FCL to another foot just recently. So this is all just happening in the last, several months, that all of a sudden the whole thing is based on a Sandwell-Senko report that was done in 2012. And it's basically the same report is now being brought up by the provincial government. So it's taken from 2012 to now for people to come to their senses. Now, obviously, we would prefer to have built the house at 4.5 to not have to put up with flack from the neighbors. But sooner or later, the insurance companies are going to get wise to it, and they don't want to build a house that's going to flood. And sooner or later, all these houses are going to have to be rebuilt. Most of these houses, I went through an inventory of all these houses on the waterfront. Most of them were built more than 20 years ago. And all these people that buy these houses have deep pockets typically, and they want to have their showpiece. And they will be rebuilding them. And whoever doesn't rebuild will be renovating them. And the renovation doesn't apply, anybody that does a renovation now is being foolish. And I've had a couple clients come to me saying they want to buy this property, but they just want to renovate them. But you can't renovate them practically. So we're just saying we're not having anything to do with it. So it's a reality that we have to face.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a number of questions from council, starting with Councillor Thompson.
My first question's quite simple, but are owners made aware that they are purchasing on a floodplain? When you mentioned earlier that...
Madam Mayor, the municipality doesn't necessarily make owners aware that they're purchasing on a floodplain. But again, being in close proximity to the ocean and to rivers, I mean, one might assume that.
There's assumptions there, okay. It's so dramatically different and extremely different to the neighborhood character. Are you confident that 5.8 is the right height? And have you considered a gradually lower implementation of this new bylaw?
Madam Mayor, we are confident in the science behind climate change and the resultant studies and background that we've applied and that the applicant's engineers applied. I do want to say, I think Mr. Helinski, I mean, to his credit, has done an excellent job of addressing the neighborhood character issue. I think it is a tremendous design challenge to come up to that 5.8, and sort of his plan with the terracing has created, a series of walls, again, not above 4 feet, that create a more gradual rise up to the FCL. And looking at his illustrations and the relationship with especially the adjacent neighbors, while they certainly are, I don't want to diminish the relationship. I think that they are, fairly significant, but I think he's done an excellent job of addressing those, and hence, staff support for this. The reality is that sea level rise caused by climate change is real. All the science is telling us that we need to get up to this 5.8 in this area. And again, I really want to make that point. It's not uniform across the region. I mean, my initial thought on this is gee, doesn't the ocean just rise equally everywhere? And it does, but there's also things like wave effect and like exposure. So on Stearman Beach, where you have you're basically facing the ocean, and the southwesterlies, as Mr. Linsky said, are coming right at us. We need to prepare for that, and hence the different FCL. So we are confident in the science behind climate change. We think that the response in terms of the SCL is appropriate, and we think that he's designed a really good response to that from a design perspective, considering the street and the neighbors, hence our recommendation.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. This is an incredibly complex situation and property that you're working with, and I do think you've been very responsive and as sensitive as you can be. Mr. Bailey, you also mentioned earlier that you were working on a report on how you're going to address all flood control management on the shoreline. Will it be ready and available, first of all, before the public hearing on the 15th? And would it be available for perhaps their public meeting?
With respect to the FCL, that will not be prepared with a bylaw for an FCL. That will not be available prior to this. We're still collecting data. It's a very involved process. When you're looking at a neighborhood, you can imagine we're looking at a number of data points. If one site is challenging, a neighborhood is exceptionally challenging, and we've been working through that diligently, but it won't be ready for this public hearing. Our report on a development permit area for the neighborhood will be, and we're also prepared, to be at that public meeting, the public information meeting, and have staff available to talk to the neighborhood about, what they can expect moving forward. Like, I understand and respect that this is a big change. It's not a change that we're happy about. I mean, to quote a neighbor from the south, it's a really inconvenient truth that we're dealing with here, and we have to deal with it, and we're happy to come and talk to folks about that.
Great. And just one final question is, I've forgotten it already. I'll let the others carry on. I've forgotten it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Your Worship. It seems like we're all burning the midnight oil, hey, Councillor Thompson? Question for Mr. Bailey and or the applicants. So with the tanked basement, I'm looking at the cross-section here, and so you've got sort of infill around it. Does the tanked basement require that for support or structure, or can the tanked basement just sit on flat ground, as it were?
Show you here. See because the bottom line down here is where the bearing is. So we have to actually put down foundations that are actually going to be 14 feet high to support the main floor. So we have to get down to bearing to support the whole foundation to start with. So then that structural fill that comes up to the underside of here, if we didn't have a basement, we would have to bring in several hundreds of truckloads of fill, structural fill, compacted, and that has the vibration to compact all that would be very disturbing to neighbors, plus the disturbance of all these truckloads of fill being brought into the site. So we're trying to minimize that, because the Heffels really don't need a basement that badly, but it's better structurally to have a basement under the house than it is to have it sitting on fill. And frankly, they are going to use that as sort of his gallery art area. So it makes sense in his case. It's also a place to put all your laundry and media rooms and fitness and all that kind of stuff that you don't necessarily use very often. But they've got kids, and I'm not sure how many of you guys have kids and how much junk you accumulate.
My kids go on.
Well, mine are still got junk, and they're in their 40s in my house. Anyways, so basically it's surplus space, but it's, I think, necessary for the proper foundation for the house.
If you flip to, what I think is the next slide, is because there aren't any page numbers in my document, A52, is it? Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if there was no infill on the side next to the tanked basement, could you not just have, say, a bit of infill about a quarter of the way so that it's in line with the adjacent retaining wall on the left side, and then plant trees there to basically cover the appearance of the tanked basement? Would it still stand? That's my question.
It would, but it certainly would not make a very nice interface for the structure, because all of a sudden you've got this tall little skinny building sitting up on the ground, and then the trees are then going to be way down in a hole. And from an overlook standpoint, when you're standing on the main floor deck, you're going to be looking directly into the neighbor's yard. Whereas if we raise the grade, we have the opportunity to put in the 8 or 10 foot hedge, and that's enough to provide the privacy for both these owners as well as the neighbors to the east.
But could your hedge not also go to the same height, but just be planted from a lower position?
It's just hard to get a hedge that large in there. It would take 20 years for that hedge to grow to the 20 feet that you would need it to grow.
Do they not sell big plants?
Pardon me? Well, they do. I had to do the same thing with my neighbor. I had to bring in 20-foot trees because they built this monster house right next to me.
Sure.
It cost me a heck of a lot of money. It was in the tens of thousands of dollars for each, by the time you did this. And even then, you still, because trees don't grow like that, they grow like this. And so you always get holes.
Sure.
So even a 20-foot tree, I'm only getting about 8 feet of coverage.
Right.
So if we can have, you can get fairly dense growing hedges at 8 or 10 feet, but at 20 feet you cannot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to reconcile, and I'm thinking out loud here, with the neighbors' concerns for that height, but then of course with your tank basement, if there was a way to sort of meet in the middle. And then my other question is over to Mr. Bailey. I understand that the properties along this strip have an indemnity against the district, and so could we not just theoretically say you build at your own risk, you know what's involved, district out of this? Could you clarify and perhaps enlighten me?
Through the mayor, I think what you're asking about is whether or not the district could have the owner indemnify the district against future liability if we chose not to accept a flood construction level of 5.8. And we could. I mean, my significant concern with that would be that we basically now have an engineering report saying that we know that, based on the provincial guidelines and the best available science, that a house not constructed at an FCL of 5.8 will flood and will be unsafe for habitation, at least in certain respects. So even if we're indemnified, certainly perhaps, and again, we would probably need a solicitor's opinion on this, but while the current owner would likely not have a claim against us, a future owner could say, look, you guys, you built this house knowing that it was unsafe and that it didn't comply with guidelines, and you approved the permits anyways. I think that the district could be at some risk for future exposure in a situation like that.
I see. And then my last question is, if this proposal moves to public hearing, at what point in that process would the neighbors and the applicant be able to work together to tweak design or come up with a compromise or whatever the case may be, or will it be too late?
Through the mayor, there would be a public information meeting before the public hearing, and frankly, we could make changes on it up until, I believe, adoption of the bylaw, like before second and third reading. We could certainly do that. Again, staff, I want to be clear, like staff are comfortable with the design that's moving forward, but if through the process there were some tweaks and changes that could happen at the suggestion of the neighborhood, that could still happen even if this proceeded to public hearing.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bailey, just on that point, and I'm not, I'll speak at the end on the merits of the application, but the zoning bylaws that relate to the public hearing are only related to the accretion issue anyways.
Yeah.
So the public hearing, the accretion, those are tied together. Everything else is a development variance permit with a public meeting, not a public hearing. So the rules around public hearings, et cetera, don't apply.
Through the mayor, you're correct. It is a little more complicated than that because all the stats and data around the floor space ratio and the height, it does relate to the changed size of the lot. So they are intermingled. But it's a great point. You're right. The rezoning, just and for the public's perspective, is a very good catch. The rezoning is for the accretion. The development variance permit is for the specific variances. The two are intertwined, but in general, though, the response is that yes, we could make changes prior to, after the public hearing, and or before approval of the development variance permit. So yeah, thanks for the note there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that point, because it was going to be one of my questions. So the development variance permit and the rezoning could be considered separately?
Through the mayor, technically they could, but I believe that the stats around the floor space are calculated on the size of the new lot, so we would have to make some technical adjustments. But from the perspective of the rezoning is simply to do with the accretion, the general answer is yes. We would likely, if you wanted to separate them, we would have to go back and redo some of the stats associated with lot size and site coverage and those sorts of things, because of course the lot gets smaller, as would the setbacks, presumably from the waterfront sight line and waterfront lot line.
Okay, thank you. You know, my concern is not necessarily so much about this project per se, but the precedent that it sets for the neighborhood. And what I mean by that is that on this site, I think the architect has very skillfully taken what he has to work with, and through the terracing on a long, narrow site has made it work. not all of the sites are like that. The same rules and regulations applied to other sites won't yield the same gradual results with the terracing. So I'm concerned about that, and I wanted to ask the owner, the proponent, what were the significant or fundamental differences between that original design, if you could refresh our memory, that was built at 4.5 and this current one?
The main difference was we didn't require the retaining walls at the property line. We basically used the existing walls that were there as the datum. By raising it that extra 4 feet, we needed the 4-foot retaining wall. So it wasn't that onerous because basically it's the same design. It's just that all the calculations, all the there's the landscape and how the site was configured all had to change. So the house itself didn't change. It's just the way that it integrated with the site, and that's the tricky part, is integrating the house with the site and trying to make it flow. I mean, we brought in a very good landscape architect, and we came up with these solutions that made it fit. And it wasn't easy, but and I can understand neighbors being more than concerned, because they're all going to feel that their property values are going to be affected, and it's a fact.
Well, thank you for that explanation. There has been at least sort of one other report that has been shared with council from another consulting firm weighing in on the FCL levels, and that puts council or anyone in the unenviable position of having to judge between a couple of expert opinions, and this can often happen. And the thing that sends alarm bells off for me too is that we're being asked to approve or consider variances for just about everything. I mean, it's not just a side yard or thing. I mean, there's a variance for just about everything in order to accommodate this flood control level. So those are the issues that I really have with this. I know we're supposed to.
Sorry?
Could I respond to that? Could I respond to that? Well, I just got this at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the report from Swiftwater, and I forwarded it on to our consultants, and they may have some comments. But when I look at it, the one thing that really sticks out is that they're basing it on the Vancouver FCL of 4.9, where they have a 1-foot wind-driven sea level rise. Here we have a 4-foot sea level rise due to wave effect. So there's the difference right there. And that's what the whole thing is, that I don't know where that these are qualified coastal engineers, because that has been our biggest problem. The 2 large firms that do coastal engineering are the ones we've worked with in the past, that are the large firms. In fact, I think the municipality may have a contract with them, are the ones KW, Kerwood Lydell, and Golder. And both of those firms would not deal with individual homeowners. And the thing is that engineers are all, they're professionals, and under professional designation, you have professional liability. You know about that. And so they're going to take a cautious approach to determining what FCL based on their professional liability issues. You're not going to, even in the provincial guidelines, there was a range of where the sea level rise is going to be from a low of of 1 foot to a height of 5 feet. So that's kind of the range if you look at all these reports. I spent in an inordinate amount of time, unbillable time, trying to get through this stuff. And it's just amazing how much BS there is in this whole industry, that you try to wade through it and try to come up with a reasonable solution. And I think these engineers have made a reasonable conclusion. Do you have any comments?
This is Edwin Wang with Northwest Hydraulic Consultants. Just to speak to this report, I just have a quick look at it this afternoon. Just regard to the number, I think they reference to the City of Richmond's FCL value of 4.6, which is used for the sea dike construction. For that particular report there, from my understanding is doesn't account for the intuitive wave effect. So the 4.6 or 4.7 value that's presented there was really just based on the tide, with consideration of the high storm surge and local subsidence. Whereas the City of Vancouver report that we're referenced to, for that particular study, my understanding is that the wave effect was determined based on the typical wave conditions, where for this particular study here, we follow the provincial guideline when we use the 50-year to sun wave conditions. So the wave effect is much larger than what was presented in the City of Vancouver study. And hence the discrepancy between different reports in terms of what FCL is being published.
Okay, well, I thank you for that, but I think it also illustrates that this is not an exact science, that these are projections or estimates that you're making on a variety of assumptions. And further to what Mr. Helinski is saying, and knowing...
Councillor Lambert, do you have a question? Or do you want to save your some comments for the summation?
I was on a bit of a roll, but...
I know. Oh, Mr. Bailey has a response, I guess.
Madam Mayor, just for council's information, I mean, our staff we just received the report, and we had a brief chance to look at it, and we concur with what the engineers from NHC are saying is that, they're applying, the Vancouver one is actually 4.6. We've spent time talking to the chief building official's office in Vancouver and Richmond. Again, Richmond is different because they have a diking system. Vancouver has very different wave characteristics because, again, they have significant setbacks from the seashore, and hence there's a different wave coefficient that's applied to the calculation of the FCL. So the science is actually relatively exact. And when Mr. Helinski went through his,
Can I get order, please?
When he went through his calculations, it's down, the 1 meter difference is due because of the wave action and because of the aspect of Stearman Beach to the ocean, hence the difference. So again, we can maybe argue about like 0.1 or 0.05 of a meter, but that's the sort of variation that we're seeing in these different studies when applied consistently in the region.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, that's a question. Could we have Northwest Hydraulics talk with Swift Engineering and come to some agreement on the assumptions that one would use for calculating the FCL, and so that there could, out of that would emerge
Can I just get a clarification around this other firm that's been referenced? Are they coastal engineers?
Madam Mayor, I'm not certain that they are. I mean, I know Mr. McCarthy, he's a geotechnical engineer, and there's also a due diligence process with APEG BC regarding sort of third-party reviews, and I'm not sure that they do have the authority to do a third-party review on this. And again, we have a qualified report from a qualified engineering firm in this field.
No, sorry, you're out of order. You can have you'll get a say once I go to the. Oh, you're from Swiftwater? Oh.
And
okay. Hold on. Well, that doesn't.
By the way, for clarification, I wasn't asking for a third-party review. I was simply asking that the engineers could get together and have a common basis for calculating FCL?
That would be up to NHC, and they would have to do that in accordance with the professional obligations and rules of their profession.
So just to get back to the process here, we have the applicant and their engineer, and I will take questions from council on that. If someone wants to sign up to speak, then they are welcome to speak. The engineer from the other engineering firm can come up and speak, but it's not his proposal and it's not his floor at this point. So, your request, Councillor Lambert, is that the engineers get together and speak. That's what you're asking. Do you have another question?
No, that's it, thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councillor Cameron.
Well, I think, I do have a number of questions, but I think that I would like, I've had a correspondence with Mr. McCarthy today, and
he is signed up.
Yeah, no, and I'd like to ask him whether what his qualifications are in respect to sea level rise and coastal hydrology. That's a fair, I think he should be able to address that, and I would like to know what they are. I mean, he's written me, but everybody should have the same information that I have. So.
Well, he signed up to speak, and you will have an opportunity to ask those questions when he gets the floor.
Okay, so there's a whole bunch of questions I have about this, and this is a really difficult situation. I feel bad for the Haffels. I feel bad for staff having to wrestle with this. I feel bad for the neighbors. There is actually no easy solution to this, and so we're really struggling. I could ask questions about the rationale for all the variances, why the accretion was at an angle, the need for the trellis, you know, and that sort of thing, because there's some architectural flourishes, I think, that increase the bulk of the building. But really, the crucial issue here is, for me anyway, the liability issue. And my primary obligation in this situation is to the District of West Vancouver, both now and in the future, and I'm very concerned that should we approve something less than what we're being advised professionally, that's going to be expose future taxpayers in the district to significant liability. So that's just a preface to my question. I guess I'll ask this of Mr. Helinski, Mr. Haffel, also NHC, since they're your contractor. Do you know of any qualified professional who would sign off and put his or her professional liability insurance on the line for a construction that is below the 5.8 meter flood control level?
That's what we tried to bribe several of I'm just kidding. No, we went through that whole process when we interviewed 5. I was just kidding. No, we went through 5 different consultants trying to come up with somebody we thought would have thought outside the box in terms of determining FCL based on the provincial guidelines, or would question those provincial guidelines. But it's the provincial guidelines that are setting the standard, and their criteria. We asked the municipality to come up with their criteria for evaluation. They don't have the expertise to deal with that. So really, there's very few.
But my point is, does anyone have the expertise to ensure and put his or her seal? And I want to ask the man from NHC.
That we hired.
Yeah.
That you have liability insurance.
Does that gentleman know of any firm that would certify?
You have liability insurance,
and
correct?
seal?
Well, I guess I wouldn't speak for anyone else, but I'm comfortable with the numbers we come out with, so that's all I can say about that.
And your report, your firm has liability insurance, correct?
Yes.
I never talked to these guys. Their report was completely third party. I'm
not questioning this, but this is what
No, I
I'm
get
saying
it,
is-
but.
And this is why I think we need legal advice to Councillor Wong's position
Yeah.
is, what kind of liability are we as councillors accepting on behalf of the district if we try to, because I want to drive this towards a compromise, but I am very concerned, and these are multi-million-dollar properties. I'm very concerned about the impacts of setting the 5.8, but I'm also concerned about the impacts of deviating from the professional opinion, and I'm wondering if there's any professional opinion we have by a qualified professional who will sign off and, more importantly, put his professional stamp on it.
As far
and
as I
his
know, you have
insurance on
one,
it.
you have one right here.
No,
This-
but below 5.8.
Well, that's not my job isn't
No, I
to
know,
go
I'm not
find an
asking you, I'm
engineer
asking
to.
him.
Yeah, but as a homeowner, I get your question, I get
hear
it,
you.
I get it.
Because I have a number of people in the community who are extremely concerned about the
Yeah.
impact and the precedential value of this. And, and there's a lot of things being thrown around about, well, the climate science is, there's uncertainties, and there's, all of this is built in, and, this is hysteria. The problem is I can't make a professional judgment. I just, and I care about the municipality being able to be protected financially for making a decision.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I'm a
And
lawyer, so I
you know,
understand liability.
I get it,
and this
I
is
get
a
it, I
problem.
totally agree. And
So, okay, so let's, I guess that's the only question I really, I guess two specific questions, and maybe this is for the gentleman also from the consultant. The freeboard is 0.6 meters. Where does that come from? Is that set by provincial standard?
Yes, it was set by provincial guideline.
Okay, in your report, okay, so we can't, there's no room to move on the 0.6 meters. The big problem seems to be the wave action. Are there measures, short of raising the house, that we could take on-site or on the ocean side of the house that would dissipate the wave action such that the flood control level would come down? I note in the NHC report, it's specific, or a staff report, somewhere I read it, that those measures were not considered, or those measures were not put forward. Are there, however, I'm thinking of some form of breakwater or something that dissipates the wave action before it gets to the shore, because if we have something like that, maybe the number doesn't have to be 5.8. Can the gentleman comment on that?
do you want to just take my seat?
Are there any other and more broadly, are there any other strategies we can use to reduce the flood control level?
So
here
I guess
at
there are
River?
two issues. Maybe one is just to bring back to the other two different hazards. One is the coastal flood construction level, which is 5.8 meters, whereas the other one is dictated by the Cypress Creek flooding, which is 5.1. So even if you ignore the wave effect from the coastal component, 5.1 will still be your flood
It's
construction.
still 2 feet, it's still 70
That's based on
centimeters. It's still, are there measures we could use to reduce the flood control level from the perspective of the
potentially
ocean?
possible to build a seawall, but the seawall itself had to be at particular elevation, which we did not look into, but in minimum it would be around 4.6 or higher. So you need to have a high, you need to have seawall at 4.6 or higher.
Could that be on the property itself, or would it have to be on the foreshore?
Well, that one we didn't look in that particular case. We did not particularly examine that particular scenario.
Oh, so you don't know?
No.
It would be, but that would make it higher than what we're proposing at the ocean side. So you'd end up with a huge wall.
Well, I don't know how high it's gonna be. I'm just asking the questions here. I don't have any of the answers.
Well,
That's not my
at
expertise.
minimum, it would be 4.6 meters. And how effective that was, we don't know. We need to examine it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Gambioli.
Wow, okay. I'm going to go back to something simpler, actually, I think. Some questions that we can agree on, I think. So question for I guess for the architect, how high are the ceilings on the first and second floor of this house?
The ceilings are 10 feet on the main floor and 9 feet on the second floor, but that gets reduced by, where you have decks, it'll drop down to 9 feet, and where you've got ducts and that sort of thing, but you'd lose a foot basically for various services.
You mean outside, when you're talking about a deck?
Well, any place you have a deck over living space, you need to drop that structure. So you end up losing, so the clear, and we haven't had a structural engineer design the actual floor constructions yet, so that could vary between 15 inches and 18 inches. So right now we're using a 10-foot or 11-foot floor-to-floor elevation.
Okay. And question for staff, why in this scenario are we accepting variances to the permeability of the site?
Madam Mayor, the siding of the garage is essentially in the same footprint as the existing garage, and by having it sited there, the overall permeability of the site increases. If you go back to the landscape drawing, by pulling the driveway forward, you have a bigger landscape buffer between the garage and the home, and the need for a much smaller driveway coming off of the street. So the overall permeability is improved by the way that they're doing it. And, and staff's, rationale also for the support of the garage setting is that, the garage immediately adjacent is at the same location. It's part of the established pattern of the street. That garage is there. I mean, it'll be a nicer garage than you see in that picture. But again, yeah, you can see in that diagram that the overall permeability improves with the siting of the garage. And so you have more greenscape, more landscaping, and their landscaper has designed it accordingly.
Okay, and so on the garage question, because that was my next and last question, so it's sort of an issue of grandfathering, but I see that the size of the proposed garage is at least twice as big as the existing building. Is that really a garage, the existing building?
Madam Mayor, it is a garage. It's a small, a modest garage from a different time, I suppose, but it's a garage, and
Okay.
there is an expanded footprint of there it is.
Okay. So you can have your new garage grandfathered, even if it's twice as big as what was existing? I thought it had to be on
Madam Mayor,
the
you
same
don't, and
foundation.
hence the variance request, right?
Hence the agreement and variance. Okay, so now let's talk about the trees. What's the update on the trees? Because my understanding is that to put in that garage, all three of those large cedars, including what I think is an eagle's nest, is in one of those trees. So give me an update on the garage, please. I am an eagle expert, by the way.
Well, I know that eagle because he also roosts on one of my other clients' properties, which is just on the other side of the creek. And in fact, I was there 2 weeks ago and watched him fly from our tree to their tree, and there was better fishing on our side, on the other side. So it's not a nest, it's a perch. And that tree, if you look at it, you can see here, that tree is split all the way up from here, all the way up to there. It's a dangerous tree, that fir. And if it's already gone through the roof, our branches come off and gone through the roof of the garage next to it there. So, and we've had arborist reports saying that that it needs to be taken out. And particularly by the time we raise the grade and also run all the services for water, sewer, gas, electrical, all that stuff that has to run through that trench, those trees will not survive. We will keep the one tree that's on the boulevard, which is a healthy cedar. The rest of them are not healthy.
Okay, so my understanding of our bylaw related to trees above 75 centimeters in diameter is that unless they are in the building envelope of the house, you, as a builder or an owner or an architect, are supposed to do everything you can to avoid taking those trees down. You're supposed to not design a garage anywhere near it. You're supposed to not design a driveway anywhere near it, or a swimming pool or anything else. That is the intent of that bylaw. That is the discussion we had here when we implemented that bylaw. And I can imagine that what happened here is what happens all the time with arborists these days. They say, oh, you have to remove that first tree that's furthest west to accommodate your garage or your driveway. Oh, but the other one's then going to be exposed. Oh, so we have to cut that one down too. And then the only one that's going to be left is the one on our boulevard, and then that one's going to be exposed. So guess what's going to happen to that one?
We do have a
So
tree.
they'll all be gone, and there will be nothing to retain the water on your property, because all those roots will be gone and the trees will be dead. So I just want you to address that and talk about any mitigation measures and alternatives that you've considered.
Well, I'm a tree hugger myself. My property has 50 trees that are, and 25 of them are are over the 2'6" in diameter. So I love trees. I would not take out a tree if I thought it was healthy, and if we could save it. We can try to save it, but my experience with this type of development, particularly when we have to change the grade, and the drainage will change because of that, they will not survive. And we can try to save them, but it's very unlikely that they will survive. And our recommendation, and we should take them out.
All right, Councillor Wong.
Well, Madam Mayor, if I may,
Oh, yeah,
on the
sure.
tree issue, I mean,
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Helinski has indicated a willingness to look at saving the trees. So staff would be in the unenviable place of not being able to guarantee that those trees could be saved through the construction of the site, through the development of the site. But if council wished to instruct to add a condition to the DVP that we explore ways, every which way possible to save the tree through, providing tree protection fencing, we could do that. Again, recognizing that they're going to need to access the site for construction and for the mitigation measures that, again, are associated with the FCL. So we could do that. We could add that as something that we could attempt as part of the construction of the site. And Mr. Linsky, I'm sure you'd be okay with that. But again, I just want to be really clear that the retention of those trees, given the site development, would not be likely.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wong, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship, or Mrs. Mayor. Given what I'm hearing from around the table at council, there seems to be perhaps a bit of hesitation with respect to the liability piece. And cognizant of the time, I'm concerned that, I don't know if folks are feeling tired and not able to perhaps make decisions with a 100% clear mind. So might I move that we defer this decision until we get some more certainty, perhaps in 2 weeks' time, with respect to the liability, specifically with respect to a legal opinion, so that we have some more information. I don't know if that might be.
Mr. Bailey, can
Madam Mayor, deferral is an option, but another option is to allow the process to go to the next step, and we could provide a legal opinion prior to that. We could brief you, and we could provide that at the council meeting for the public.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned that some members of council decisions may change given the results of that legal opinion.
Well, we
Hence why
can
I
still
wasn't
go
sure
through
what
the
to do.
process, forward with the process.
And Madam
not-
Mayor, your decisions could change. You're not making a decision until the next council meeting.
Yeah, this
Fair
is
enough.
just to go forward. And the zoning, the public hearing, as we identified, relates to the accretion issue, which is, I tend to agree, is more of a housekeeping matter anyways. All right, so I'll take that under advisement. Councillor Thompson?
Just on the tails of Councillor Wong, I actually would like to understand what happens if we don't approve this to go into a public hearing tonight.
Madam Mayor, there's basically two motions. One relates to the development variance permit. So if you don't send that, then for all intents and purposes, unless you give me any other instruction, the proposal is dead. I mean, I would have to go back and we'd have to renegotiate a different scheme. Again, that's not recommended in any way, shape, or form from staff. With respect to the public hearing, the same thing. If it doesn't proceed, you create an issue. The proposal, you're electing not to send it to rezone from M1 to RS4, and again, I would assume that would not be, it would be evidence that council didn't want the project to proceed. Deferral, you could defer with the intent of still allowing it to proceed. Like, your procedures bylaw basically says that if you don't approve it, you can't reconsider the rezoning for a year, and you can't bring the project forward. So what I would recommend is you ask me to provide that advice, legal advice. If it's legal advice, I may only be able to provide that to you in a closed setting because it's confidential between us and yourselves. And then you could make your decision after that, moving forward in a session when we were supposed to, June 15th, July 15th, when the public hearing and public meeting is set.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron, again.
We
do have some speakers to hear from as well.
But I think the point is, I think we need to figure out where we're going with this at this point first, before we even hear from the speakers, because the reality is we don't have, I don't feel like I have some necessary information that I need, but deferral doesn't really, like, defeating it now is not an option, because what does that leave the Heffels? They have a piece of property, they're entitled to a decision, one way or the other. They're either entitled to a decision that they can build what they're proposing, starting at an 5.8 FCL, that they can build at a 5.8 FCL one-story building without any of the variances, or that they can build at a lower FCL some sort of design. But the one thing we cannot do to the Heffels, and I'm sensitive to this, is send them packing without clear direction. This is why we're elected. These are not comfortable decisions, but we have to make a decision one way or the other on this. So I do not want to defeat it and leave it in some sort of vague and amorphous purgatory. Yet I think that for me, I have a number of questions, and I can articulate them later to Mr. Bailey about the liability piece, how we protect ourselves, what we're taking on. So we all need to be informed of that. But I am comfortable that we can get that information before the public information meeting or at that time. And then I think we need to listen to what the community says at the public information meeting, and then we need to see what it is that we can do. And Mr. Helinski's alive to all of this. Are there things we can do to mitigate the impacts of this? Is there a path that we can protect the district's legal interests and the future taxpayers' legal interests while still allowing the neighborhood to, the proponent to build and the neighborhood to maintain its character? Is there a path forward? I'm searching for compromise here, but I don't feel we have the information. And I would just point out one thing about Councillor Lambert's comment about setting a precedent. The other problem is if we set a precedent and we say, well, we'll let the Heffels build at 4.5 meters. That also sets a precedent. So then you have 50 other homeowners over time that will either sell their properties to willing purchasers, and everyone will think, oh, well, I can get it approved at 4.5. And then if we're liable for approving something less than 5.8, we're going to be liable to an open-ended stream of future applicants. So that runs the liability into hundreds of millions of dollars potentially. So the point is, we have to be extremely careful here in the decision we make, but we need to make a decision. Like there is no option to just punt this down the road.
So I agree with you, Councillor. Yeah, we are, and
well, it's morphed.
Well, no, I'm actually.
You suggested deferring, and that is not a question period. Yeah,
well,
and I'm speaking to your motion.
So do we have a seconder?
Deferral. No.
No one seconded it, so we can't be speaking to it if no one's prepared to second it. But Councillor Sopovich, do you have a question? Because I want to go to, okay, I want to go to the speak. All right.
Mr. Bailey, in the studies that I've seen in our preparation for our working group on sea level rise, gave a fair indication that the subtidal slope leading to a floodplain could be altered, and the fact that somewhere in the subtidal could be altered to minimize the impact of a wave surge. Have you looked at that angle?
Madam Mayor, we haven't looked at that. I think what he's talking about, the engineer from NHC talked about, I mean, Richmond built a dike. I mean, you could build a really big seawall on public land probably. I don't think that that's what we want. And so that we haven't looked at that in any detail.
Okay, so I'm going to move now to the speakers list on this. We will get a motion on the floor and we will debate it properly. That's the process that I intend to follow. So,
thank you.
As chair, thank you. So let's go to the speakers now. We've got a few. Cam Curry.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and for the record, I am one of Rob Heffel's friends. And I do want him to build his house. My name is Cam Curry, and my house is at 4444 Ross Crescent. My waterfront home is 10 lots west of the proposed variance lot seeking a 5.8 meter geodetic. I have lived at this location since the year 2000. In 2012, I bought my neighbor's lot, combined the two, and spent 3.5 years building my new home at a 3.7 meter geodetic grade. Having lived there for years, I knew I needed to fortify my new home from king tides, heavy rains, and drainage risk from Willow Creek above. On the ocean side, I installed extensive lawn drainage and tiered my patio 2 steps up above the lawn. My patio is comprised of floating pavers with extensive drainage underneath. This drainage has pumps which would shoot the water out into the ocean, but they have never been used, of course. Having seen Willow Creek overflow and witnessed the water table saturated on the street side, I put a series of drain lines that captured any water and shoots it down into the ocean. Because of my extensive engineering in both flood events in the past 3 years, one from Willow Creek and the other from a king tide, storm surge, and elevated water tables, my house was unaffected. Now, this 5.8 meter geodetic proposal completely changes the safety of my home. If approved, the building lot east of me, which would adopt the precedent-setting case of 5.8 meters, it would actually have a significant impact on my home. Let me give you a visual of what that would mean. Unfortunately, I didn't know we had this, but their main floor would be 7 feet higher than my main floor, a foot higher than my fence, which I built for safety and privacy. They would then build a fence so that my living and dining rooms would look at a 12 to 14 foot wall of fence. This too would inevitably happen with the lot to the west of me. And just for the record, the house that Mr. Lansky showed that was flooded, that's the house to the west of me. My house is at 3.7 meter geodetic. That house is built 5 feet below mine. So that house is at about 2 meter geodetic. It was built improperly, and that's why it flooded. Inevitably, that house would be torn down, and the house will be built there at the new 5.8 meter geodetic, which would box me in on either side. More importantly, I would sit 7 feet below both of my neighbors' homes. All this time, I fortified my home from the ocean in Willow Creek, but never did I ever think that I have to protect myself from my neighbors. With the king tide, heavy rain, and saturated water tables, where is the water going to flow? To the lowest point, of course. Rather than being absorbed and released out to the, I'm going to take 30 more seconds like everyone else did.
Well, I think
you.
that's my decision, but I'll give you a
Okay,
few
thank you.
seconds to wrap up.
My neighbor's water would be dumped and diverted onto my property. Because again, don't forget, Willow Creek has been one of the causes. As good as my system is, I could not absorb such volume and my home would flood. Michelle McGuire already told us that it is illegal to dump or divert water onto a neighboring property. But by adopting this variance, you are, by default, breaking the law. For the safety of our community, I implore you to reject this variance and consider a geodetic level that is in line with the neighborhood. And I also just want to say one thing as well. Mr. Bailey talks about this 5.8 meter geodetic, and I really have to think, you have to consider the source of the information. We got a report from NOAA, which is a NASA oceanic organization, and over the last 100 years, the sea level at Point Atkinson has only gone up by 3.8 inches. Okay, so the idea that we're going to have this Armageddon and this fear-mongering that Mr. Bailey is suggesting, I hope you consider that and perhaps consider other sources of information. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Bailey, our whole community is built on the side of a mountain, and we manage our stormwater and our requirements. Can you explain how?
So the last speaker appears to be conflating the issue of stormwater and ocean water. So with stormwater, every site that's under development must not convey stormwater from their site to another site. This site and all other sites will be designed in accordance with that. There's a bigger issue. The bigger issue is the ocean rising, and the last speaker was debating the science of climate change, but the ocean is rising, and that's a different issue that is irrespective of the stormwater.
Okay, so Mr. Rosier is next, and then Kelly Lowen is after him. Yeah, yeah. We've heard that, and I'm aware of it, and everyone's aware of it. It is. We're relying on, everyone's heard the same information. The province engineers.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Ian Rosier. I've been a resident of West Van for 25 years. I'm a geologist and engineer with a master's degree in coastal protection. I was previously a partner with Golder Associates. In 3 minutes, I believe the application should be rejected. The guidelines and the so-called climate change science reference are seriously flawed. It's presented as a one-off where it's precedent-setting. Completely changed the character of West Van waterfront with box-like row housing perched on mounds of hills surrounded by concrete retaining walls. And area property values will be crushed. The burden of proof just hasn't been met. There are so many uncertainties with the data used for this. The prediction used for sea levels are extreme. Rewave effects. The NHC report recommendations rely on empirical simulation techniques, SWAN models, SWASH models, all theoretical simulations and predictions that absolutely prove nothing. The proposal cites the increased rise of flooding due to climate change and sea level rise. Well, with respect to sea level science and wave science, they are not exact. Far from it. The regional sea level rise estimates for 2100 vary between 0.2 meters and 1 meter, or 3 feet in the extreme case. Wave surge can be managed using low impact foreshore protection. Point Atkinson records the rate of rise of sea level since 1900 at 1 millimeter per year. That's half an inch in 10 years, 10 centimeters, or 5 inches in 100 years. Less than 15% of the extreme number predicted for our coastline, and significantly less than the district is theorizing. Regardless of the uncertainties of sea level rises, to justify extreme flood construction levels, the district can just go to Plan B, arbitrarily designate the area of floodplain. The flood risk here is not a result of rivers seasonally bursting their low banks unless they're clogged, such as a creek. And it doesn't define a floodplain. Okay, so the issue is not rising sea levels, and it's not river flooding. It's surface runoff and infiltration, the lack of a functioning storm drain system that's adequate to handle it. It's antiquated and needs updating. Floods on Irwin resulted from severe rainstorm events. Surface water flowed onto lots because the storm drain system didn't function. The groundwater became saturated, the water table rose, water flowed into houses, groundwater flowed into basements. It wasn't salt water. Data's been provided to council for this. Under the guidelines, stormwater runoff would not gravity flow into the ocean at high tide times. Surface water would be diverted into adjacent properties. So will groundwater because of the reduction in permeability caused by consolidation from excessive fill. Consider the legal claims citing regulations that actually cause flood damage. Severe rainstorm events associated with the atmospheric low-pressure cells that affect our area as a result of climate change are hard to predict, but can be managed. Surface water can be managed by intercepting runoff and providing emergency pump sump systems, and any rapid rise in groundwater can be managed by installing fit-for-purpose perimeter drainage and pump systems around properties for emergency situations. No need to raise the grades by 5.8 meters. And if there are any questions, there are a couple of councillors that had questions about foreshore protection measures that might be initiated. I can answer those if you want me to, or I can just leave it for another day. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cameron?
I am interested in those measures, obviously, from my questions before, but what I would like to know from you, since you are an engineer, my father's an engineer, not a geotech, but he's a Mac. Do you know of any qualified professional that would put his or her seal and professional liability insurance behind a flood control level of less than 5.8 in this location?
No, there might be one out there that's willing to sign off on it. I don't know. Based on the information that's flying around and some of the predictions made, you'd be foolish to, because the hysteria around human-induced climate change, sea level rises, etc. And I'm a big proponent of climate change measures. Of course, climate's changing all the time. But there's so much discussion about it and so much disagreement about it, it's just going to end up with the lawyers. And that's the truth of it.
Mr. Bailey?
For council too, like the numbers that are being talked about is the district's numbers, right? They're not the district's numbers. The district is employing the best practices and the best known science, and sure, there may be some uncertainty in it, but we're looking at provincial guidelines that are based on best practices around sea level rise and flood protection. A qualified professional in coastal engineer is doing research and providing us with qualified data to support the FCL. I just want to clarify that
My
point.
follow-up question, Mr. Rosier, I mean, here's the problem, is that if you can't find one qualified professional to sign off.
I haven't looked.
No, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
okay, not you.
Sorry, yeah.
If we, because
Yeah.
look, we're in this together, if we can't find one qualified professional willing to sign off on this, put the seal on it and put the liability insurance on it, then what does that say about the risk the district's assuming?
Where I said, if you tank a foundation and you put a proper perimeter drainage system around it, a proper one, fit for purpose, that can handle the surface runoff, and you have a municipality, a new storm drain system intercepting water, say, for example, north of Marine Drive, there'd be a lot less water down on Irwin and Ross then. So if you put the parameters in place, I think you would find an engineer that would say, based on that, and that, I'm willing to sign off on it. If this is done, that is done, that is done, we'll sign off on it.
Okay, but I guess that's the problem, is we don't have that person at this point, right?
Thank you.
By the way, the picture is next door to my house with a lot that's going to be developed. That's what I'll be looking at. That's put up to the height. That's my view. Looking forward to the enactment of these guidelines. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Lone?
I'll be putting some others up also, so is it possible to? Okay, that's great. So that, if I put it this way here, there we are. That's very good. Well, good evening. My name's Kelly Lone. I've lived in West Vancouver for 65 years. My wife almost as long. And we live right next door to this house. And we're going to be the ones that are going to be basically slammed, if I could say, by this rezoning and variance application. And we strongly oppose it. Let's start with the accretion. You'll see here that they're proposing to end up jogging 9 feet, jutting into our property line, as opposed to having these property lines being parallel and perpendicular to the ocean. And we have what is a gate that is our access to the ocean. We're now going to be losing that access. And not only that, but we're going to also end up, you see now, this is us here with our current sight lines, and now we're going to end up having this with this height elevation. I mean, what are we talking about here? And they're pushing the house out by adding this outdoor room with a permanent roof structure, all with the idea that they're going to end up having now what will be a higher house by 11 feet. It's something which I'm just surprised that this would even go as far as it has. And not only that, to add injury to the whole aspect of this, they want to have a wider house. These are narrow lots that are now going to be made more narrow because they're putting in a wider house. They don't need a wider house. It's the same, if you will, width of lot that we have. We didn't ask for variances, and they're now going to be closer to us, making what is, we already know, this setback that we currently have to live with isn't enough. We hear ambient noises from both, if I can say, neighbors at this point in time. And then they also want to end up not having a 30-foot garage setback, which is the minimum. They only want to have 3 feet. In the process, take out these trees, 4 old-growth trees, which help protect two other trees at the boulevard and also a Douglas fir that's at the back. They don't need this variance. It's not necessary to end up having the normal use and enjoyment of this home by going through this process. There's going to be hardships, and variance is supposed to be for hardships. The hardship is going to be on the neighbors. I think this proposal should be rejected on the basis that they're going to have understanding the neighborhood stakeholders. We're going to work together with our future neighbors and their architects and staff, come up with a more acceptable and neighborly design. And if the rezoning of the accretion is to proceed to public hearing, it should only be on a condition that any landscaping or structures not interfere with the sight lines and our beach access. And only the house should be raised to this FCL, not these outdoor rooms, pools, patios, terraces, garages, covered walkways. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCarthy. And then the next person is Lawrence Rank, and those are all of the speakers that I have, I believe, on this item.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council and members of the public and to the staff. My name is Cameron McCarthy. I'm a professional engineer and geoscientist with EGBC, and I have a master's degree in hydrotechnical engineering. I'm also president of Swiftwater Consulting, who's the author of the letter that has been circling around. I'm not a coastal engineer, so I'll say that up front. I've been in discussions with folks here. I'm not a coastal engineer. I would not assign myself as a QP for this work. My role in being retained by Kelly was to provide some commentary initially on the potential for flooding into the property that's being proposed, or actually, away from the property that's being proposed. But in looking at the flood hazard assessment report, I really just wanted to pose some questions around the derivation of those numbers, and as I alluded to in my letter, I do have a number of technical reservations about the factors that went into the determination of the flood construction level. However, I do need to say that engineers rely heavily on regulation to guide us in many of our processes, heavily, and we will always err on the side of caution in relation to such computations. Now, this is in an effort for the protection of the public, and from this I cannot fault the methodology of my colleagues at NHC for their flood hazard assessment report. However, there has been some questions raised tonight about whether a QP would sign off on this. My exposure in the hydrotechnical world has been that I've been working on large infrastructure projects like mining and hydroelectric developments, where I've had to be exposed to climate change projections associated with water management of those projects. And one of my big questions would be that, we asked the question of whether a QP would sign off on a flood elevation of 5.8 today, but next year that flood elevation may change to 6.5 metres. And then we'll be asking the question, would someone sign off on an elevation of 5.8? And my point here is the importance of precedence in engineering. Once an engineer signs a document stating that this is the recommended value for a flood construction level, it's very, very hard to get another engineer to say the opposite of that. So I think that's all I really wanted to say on that. If there's any questions, I'll be around. I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. All right, and then we have Mr. Rank, I believe, is next, and Mr. Angus after that.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much for this evening. My name is Lawrence Rank. I live at 4472 Ross Crescent. We have been living in our home for 15 years now. Sincerely enjoy the community and the character of a beachside environment that we have, and we sincerely wish to keep it. I will make it very quick because speaking at this level, a lot of people have already said what I felt I wanted to say, so I'd be repeating it. But essentially, there has been not sufficient consideration for the character and look, forget the values, the character and look for the location has not been addressed at all. This has been a site-specific individual process, It has not respected the existing character of the neighborhood, nor the neighbors. I think more consultation with the neighbors is essential. There's a lot of expertise within the neighborhood, and the neighborhood has access to professionals as well. So I think the only way to settle this successfully for all concerned is through a collaboration. And the biggest missing ingredient to the collaboration has been the neighbors. So I recommend that council not proceed with this application further until such time as there's been a suitable and proper collaboration between the applicant, the city, and the affected neighbors. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Angus.
Again, is there any reason why that collaboration can't be, like, is there any reason why the collaboration the gentleman just spoke of couldn't just occur at the public information meeting before and after, or two public information meetings after this meeting? Are we foreclosing anything if we move to that public information meeting and the collaboration? Are we foreclosing anything in that regard?
Madam Mayor, you're not, but I mean, in terms of the underlying assumptions guiding the collaboration, I think that one of the things that I'm inferring from the conversation is that folks want to collaborate about the FCL, right? And that's, staff are saying that that's not up for collaboration because, again, we've had a coastal engineer, a qualified coastal engineer, based on the provincial methodology and best sciences project, or best sciences guidelines, sorry, it's getting late, come up with that recommendation. So certainly collaboration around, the house, sure, but again, staff think that the house has been very sensitively designed given the 5.8 meter that's been set. So sure, we can collaborate. If folks want to have that conversation, we would not preclude that.
If I myself wanted to have a discussion with the community that didn't presuppose 5.8, and to open it up to suggestions, not saying we're going to accept any, but to have a free-flowing discussion, we should not move forward with this tonight. Is that what you're suggesting?
Madam Mayor, I think you should move forward with that, and you can continue to have those discussions. Staff's recommendations are
but
what they are.
I don't accept. I mean, I would like to have a truly collaborative discussion before I make an opinion on the 5.8.
But again, so Madam Mayor, I don't know how much more clear I can be about this. Like the 5.8 is set. So if you want to debate the 5.8 or not accept the 5.8, then council can do that, right?
At the public information meeting, or if we move forward tonight.
You could, sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
No, but
so
staff,
assumption is you said
you can do it, Councillor Cameron, you can do it now. If you don't think, for whatever reason, if you believe that 5.8, even though you have a qualified professional telling you that it's fine, if you think that it's not, then you can say that.
It's up, but.
I'm interpreting Mr. Bailey's answer, and I'm interpreting the report, et cetera, that discussions can happen. We can go forward with this process, and it does not preclude discussions happening. Mr. Bailey, though, regarding an issue that was raised by Mr. Lone, can you just comment on how the property lines are determined on the accretion matter? So,
Madam Mayor, the accretion has nothing to do with the District of West Vancouver. It's a provincial matter. It's a survey. I believe, Mr. Chapman, did you do the accretion application for the applicant? And it goes to the province, and it's the build-up of material. I believe a number of folks have received accretions along that stretch of beach, and the district has nothing to do with it.
Okay, thank you. So that is determined by the province, is what your answer is. Okay, thank you. We'll go to Mr. Angus.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. The 5.8 is a ridiculous level. The most recent storm in December, we had unprecedented wave action on our beach. I've lived at the site for 23 years. I'm the next door neighbor to the site. There wasn't a single wave on that lot. There wasn't a drop of water. It was the driest lot on Ross Crescent that day, just anecdotally. First off, my wife and I support the owners building a great home for themselves. They're very good friends of ours. They're going to need some help to do this. Right now, as it stands, the planning department, in my view, is planning to destroy the character and long-standing ambience of our beautiful seaside community. After reading, I'm sorry?
So, yeah, that's not the planning department.
Well, no.
Anyway, you can continue. I don't want to argue it. Just move on.
I'd be happy to do so later if you like. After reading this June 4th report, it is clear that the department is either unaware of or misleading residents on the potential impacts of this project.
Again, don't, we won't, Mr. Angus?
Yes?
We council has all heard the facts. We've all
Okay.
been in the room. We've got
Fair enough.
provincial guidelines, and we've got a coastal engineer. And it has nothing really to do with planning. Planning is implementing what they're told and what
All
the
right.
law is, basically.
Let me give you some
So-
facts. What the owners are being...
Well, you're not off to a good start.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
can't even read this, but it's 10 after 11, and so please do not misstate the facts.
The owners are being asked to construct concrete retaining walls which will hold 19 feet of fill, which will be trucked in and dumped on this beautiful seaside lot.
Okay, and I think that actually is a misstatement. I've been paying attention, and I understand the current grade is at 8, and we're going to 19, and that is 11 feet of fill. And Mr. Helinski can come and clarify that. So if people are confused, I'm happy. Where is Mr. Helinski? Have I got that right? Okay, so I can understand the facts, and I would prefer if you state them accurately.
Well, I'm living there, and I've seen the ruler that they put up on the lot next door, and I'm going to be looking at, from my home, which is already raised substantially from street level. I'm probably the highest home on the street. And we're going to be looking at a massive concrete wall. Now, terracing, it's only a 5-foot setback, so you got to get up from 8 to 19 feet. I'm not sure that the terracing is really going to have all that much of an impact. So, as they've laid out, so we're now going to use this artificial platform to determine new home heights. You know, planning says that the roof of the new structure will be 4.5 feet higher than the neighboring home, which is mine, and that we should be happy because by code it could be 3 feet higher. Well, how much higher will it be the next home be, which is going to be down by Mr. Curry or Mr. Rosier or somewhere else on the street? Essentially, in my view, it's like advocating for construction of a 3-story home in an established character neighborhood. Nobody should be surprised that almost the entire street is opposing this grading level. The report makes no mention or even remotely considers the serious negative impacts to the residences around this location from the concrete retaining walls that the owner will be building. The report notes that the site will be designed so that runoff would not flow onto adjacent properties, but rather flow to the ocean. Quote, this is an amazing statement. How is the runoff going to penetrate 19 feet of concrete and flow into the ocean? It will not. And any rational inspection of the neighborhood would make that clear. Runoff will flow around the concrete hill and try to get to the ocean. The only problem is there are long-established residences on either side of that. The fact is that the demands for the owners to do this is going to divert runoff onto neighboring properties, which, to Mr. Cameron's point, will create all sorts of other legal issues for the community, for the district. On page 3 of the report, it
So
states...
you're out of time, Mr. Angus. Do you want to make a last
sure.
comment?
I'm just saying, we fully support the new owners building at a reasonable height and urge council and the planning department to work diligently in finding a solution that will work for all existing stakeholders and allow the owners to get on with building their home. In short, I think today that the planning department should be asked to, should ask the owners to resubmit their original home plans and make them a part of the discussion as this procedure moves forward. So, thanks for your time.
All right, I think, is that everyone that's signed up to speak on this matter?
No, excuse me, Madam Mayor, my name's been on the list and I passed it to these gentlemen here.
Yes, on your, do you want to speak on number 8, this item?
No, I said Ross, I did make that notation, Madam Mayor.
She can get up.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. I was looking for the number 8 here.
Okay, so shall I come up now?
Yes?
Firstly, could I make an invitation? Maybe everybody should stand up and have a shake. I think we're all suffering from numb bumps. Stretch. Do something. Poor things. Terrible night. I will try and be very quick. My name is Ann Eady. I live at 4347 Irwin Drive, the second lot over from Cypress Creek, which is about 4 properties over from Ross Crescent. I have lived there since I was born in 1947, and my family has had history in the area since the 1920s. This development, proposed development, is not something that should even be covered by a development variance permit. The same thing happened in Irwin. I found my letter, November 2013, for the Zabot property at 4359 Irwin. The property beside them was going to be elevated to an enormous level. It did not go through. I would like to ask Mr. Helinski at this point, because he does design very beautiful, very expensive homes, many of which are in this very unique area of Ross, Irwin, and Evergreen. The beautiful home beside us, the Phelps residence at 4343 Irwin, what would you conservatively say the home is worth? Not the property, the home.
Miss
It's
Edie,
about 10 years old.
yeah, I'm going to call her on that. This is your opportunity to make submissions to council.
No, it was a submission, and what I wanted to ascertain by that is these areas have incredibly significant, a lot of new homes. I don't care what happens to elevation. I can sell, and it will be my neighbors that will suffer. These homes on either side of us are built for probably 20 million. The home on the other side was 43 million. Tried to be sold at. So how can you possibly use a development variance permit which says benefits should be maximizing, enhancing views of the neighborhood buildings and sites, complement a particular streetscape or neighborhood, work with the topography in a site, reducing the need for major site preparation or earthwork, maintain or enhance desirable site features such as natural vegetation, creeks, trees, and rock outcroppings, retain heritage structures, features, and trees, and result in a superior siting with respect to light, access, and privacy. This is the district's own guidelines. Further, you should consider the potential impacts in the community that are inconsistent with neighborhood character, increase the appearance of building bulk from the street or surrounding neighborhood, reduce light access privacy, require extensive site preparation, and include unattractive building elements. I duly believe 5.5 years ago this issue was raised before council and staff. Here we are 5.5 years later, and nobody has addressed what will happen to some of the most valuable real estate in West Vancouver if this goes forward. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this item before we put the motion on the floor? All right, so this is Councillor Thompson.
Madam Mayor, I just want to mention one thing. I didn't mention, but when I built my house, I happen to be one of those expensive homes, by the way, because it was expensive to build in the water, and I took all the precautions. But I signed off to the municipality, going back to Mr. Wong's comment about the indemnity. So the municipality carries no liability risk if I get flooded. So I signed off on that document. So I can't see why Mr. Heffel can't do the same thing here and build in the character of the grade. If he's willing to sign off on that, we should let him build his house. Thank you.
What if you sell, though?
What's that?
What if you sell?
What if I sell? It's part of the contract. The person sees.
What if you're insolvent?
What if I'm insolvent?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay.
No, but that's the problem.
Okay, but the solution isn't a 5.8 meter geodetic, which floods the neighborhood. That's not the answer here.
But that's the state
Anyway,
of negligence.
Mr. Bailey, you're going to endeavor, regardless, to
I understand
get
what you're
legal
saying.
advice on this going forward.
But again,
I think we've got, at this point, we don't have that information before us, but we can still,
But I would also, again, I want to emphasize that I think the sources of the information that Mr. Bailey is using has to be looked at, because one person's opinion is one person's opinion. I watched a show once about tsunamis, and they show this picture in Seattle of the tsunami going up 200 feet, taking out the city of Seattle. It was a mongrel move, okay? Who were the people that put that together? They had a mandate. They had an intent. my statement here about Mr. Bailey's intent here is he's trying to push something through here against the best interests of the community.
Mr. Bailey is not doing that.
Well,
He's
he's
following
proposing
the
this.
law. He's following the guidelines.
It's
Thank
a
you for your-
guideline, it's not a law, though.
It's the provincial policy. All right, so we've got to get the motion on the floor. Council, item 8, Councillor Thompson.
I appreciate the time that we're at, but I think this is
Just
being
a minute.
rushed. I just found out that apparently we're having an information meeting in 48 hours.
This,
Where was this before?
Mr. Lone, this is one step in the process. This is not a final decision. This is a decision to move this forward. There is still time moving forward.
And I'm concerned that.
This isn't the final
that's
decision.
The 15th of July, which I gather is the final decision.
No.
No.
It's not, because that's because
That's
it's
the
being
public
rushed too
hearing.
far. Okay,
That's the public hearing.
thank you.
Can enlighten us as to all the steps of this process that will be involved before council has to make a final decision. Perhaps that would be helpful.
And Madam Mayor, there's a public information meeting where the developer and staff will be present to meet with the neighbors and answer questions. On July 15th, there is consideration of the development variance permit. If you choose to approve that, that is the final decision on the development variance permit. It's the public hearing that night for the accretion. Presuming you give approval to close the public hearing, you could give second and third reading that night and then give final adoption the final council meeting. So I believe that's the 22nd of July for the accretion. But the DVP could be approved on July 15th.
The DVP on the 15th, the accretion 1 week later, or, yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, Councillor Thompson.
Thank.
Point of information from Mr.
Oh, Mr.
We had scheduled a meeting for July 3rd for a neighborhood meeting to meet with neighbors,
With us at the Shaw Choir.
at the site.
And there's another one.
Okay, so there will be a public information meeting. All right, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to recommend that the proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5028, 2019 be read for the first time.
Seconder? Is this on the, this is on the
Councillor
zoning?
Lambert.
This is on the accretion matter. I w-
So I'm prepared to second that.
Mhm.
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay,
Councilor Thompson can speak first.
Okay. You have anything to say?
Not at this point, no. Please go ahead.
So I have no problem with the rezoning for the accretion. What I do have a problem with is the second part of this, which is the development variance permit. And we've talked about that this evening, but I am very uncomfortable with proceeding with that. So when we get to that particular item, I'm certainly not going to be supporting it.
so you can speak to that when we get to
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
So we've got a seconder for the zoning. Any debate on the rezoning for the accretion? Any? Councillor Thompson, you didn't say anything. Councillor Lambert, do you have anything on that motion?
No.
So on the question of the zoning, the accretion, one of our speakers asked about whether there could be a sort of a caveat that they would retain their access to the beach. So is that a possibility of something that could be discussed, as you suggested, within the community, or is that something we could write into that zoning bylaw for July 15th?
Madam Mayor, you could. I mean, I'm assuming that the access that the neighbor's talking about is access over what is now Mr. Heffel's property, right? Sure.
We're- Yeah, we're in debate now, so I'm not really
So Madam Mayor,
supposed to take.
so the province has granted that land to Mr. Heffel and his family. The owner would like access over Mr. Heffel's property. So that would be, I would assume, a private easement, and if Mr. Heffel chose to grant that easement, he could do that. Yeah, it's his property.
Between the two.
The gate that was currently on public property, I believe, is now on Mr. Heffel's property. It's Mr. Heffel's property. The survey shows it on Mr. Heffel's property.
And it currently is his property. All we're doing is changing the
The
zone
zoning.
from marine to RS4,
Right. For.
to residential.
Right.
So he currently, and it goes towards the overall FAR allowable because of the zoning. So it's currently private property anyways, that's been accreted.
Right, but, I mean, given the fact that the next door neighbor was never notified, that it was done through the province and the owner didn't receive any notification, I would suggest that the Heffels might want to consider that.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Soprovich opposed. Carried. Okay, the next motion.
I'll recommend. That's okay. I'll recommend that proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amended bylaw number 5028, 2019, be presented at a public hearing scheduled for July 15, 2019 at 5 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council chambers, and that notice be given of the scheduled public hearing.
Seconder? Anybody second it? Counselor Lambert? Same issue, so we should go into a public hearing. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Soprovich, opposed, carried. All right, now the last one is the meaty one. And Counselor Thompson.
I'd like to recommend that the proposed development variance permit 18-037 be presented at a public meeting scheduled for July 15, 2019 at 5 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council chamber, to be held concurrently with a public hearing scheduled for July 15, 2019 at 5 p.m. in the Municipal Hall Council chamber, and that notice be given of the scheduled public meeting.
Oh, sorry. I would like to move that.
No, I think her motion has to be seconded.
Oh, sorry, my mistake, yes.
Is anyone going to second this? I will second it. Okay.
So I can now make my motion to amend this motion to defer this until in 2 weeks' time when we get our legal opinion.
So that's a separate motion. It's not an amendment. It's a motion to defer, which is debatable. And so we would debate the deferral motion.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. If there's a seconder.
If there's a
then-
seconder for the deferral. So your motion is to defer it till when?
For 2 weeks, so that we can get our legal opinion and then proceed. Or that actually, does it create an issue for the applicant?
Yeah.
Why? We have time after the 15th, we have more meetings.
Do we not have 3 meetings in July?
Of course we do.
That's it? Yeah, one
May
more
I
meeting
speak
after that.
to this as
Oh,
well?
just a sec. We're just figuring out the
Okay, we're
deferral.
scheduling that. Sorry, I guess defer by one. Ooh.
Madam Mayor, for the interest of discussion, if there's a seconder for Councillor Wong's motion, then council could debate the
I
motion.
know, but we're
and the
trying to
amount of time.
clarify what the motion, hold on. We're just
Thank you,
trying to
Madam.
clarify what the motion actually is, because it's a deferral motion to when? Well, you can have a deferral motion with no set time, which I wouldn't advise, or you can defer it to a specified time.
Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Marcus
It's 11:30. Who thinks clearly at this hour?
Okay.
Oh, any time with you, Councillor Gambioli, is the best time. Councillor Lambert, did you have a suggestion?
I did. I mean, we could have a short special council meeting on this issue, if you wanted to suggest a week.
Madam CAO, do you have any advice with respect to calendars?
So the last council meeting is July 22nd, so ultimately, we could, and that's only one week after the 15th, I'm not sure that you're really buying an awful lot of time, right? So On the 22nd, we will not have a full mayor and council in attendance, but that's probably the best that we can do.
But I think Councillor Wong is deferring initial consideration, not the public meeting to consider the amount. He wants to defer our motion for tonight, which means that his motion is to defer it to either a special meeting that we haven't scheduled or our next council meeting, which is July 8th. That's, I think, where he's going with this. Not
The public hearing.
the deferral is for the motion that's before us tonight, not the public meeting.
Would that theoretically work, such that we can still have the July
No.
15th or no?
Notice.
No. No.
And I'm not going to be here, and I don't think that's fair, given the nature of this matter, that not all of council is here.
Madam Mayor, and just for clarity, the district is required to give 2 weeks' notice, 10 days for a DVP. So whenever council sets the date, staff need at least 10 days heads up so that we can prepare and mail the notices. Thank you.
Okay, I withdraw my amendment.
All right, thank you. So we're back to the original motion that's been moved and seconded, and now we'll go into discussion and debate on the motion before us. So Councillor Thompson, did you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a highly uncomfortable situation, and I have empathy for every party and aspect of this decision-making. I can't imagine being a current homeowner facing this potential development next to me and the visual impact and change of that. I also can't imagine being Mr. Heffel, who's been, caught for 13 months sitting on a project, willing to be cooperative and receptive, responsive, and the burden it places on him with continuous delays. And it's tough being on council, trying to make a decision, trusting what the right information is. Tough being on staff. It's a tough situation. My point today for putting this forward is I think we need to keep discussion on the table. I don't think now is the time to punt it to the side and say, let's take a different approach again. I think we need to allow this process to go through, and if I would like to support this motion moving through to the 15th public hearing, and at that time, that may be the time to defer. But between now and then, at least we can get a little more informed, have more discussions, share more information, ask more questions. All of us do, but I don't believe any of us with this type of decision, including Mr. Heffel, wants to go ahead if we don't feel like it's the right decision. The most important thing we need to do is make sure we're making the right decision. But I don't think now is the time to stop that discussion.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councillor Thompson. Over the past year, the applicant has done exactly what the district has asked of him. He has followed the provincial guidelines. He has hired a coastal engineer. That coastal engineer has given us a certified, stamped, professional opinion. And I acknowledge this is not an easy decision, but I haven't heard one single suggestion that has given me any pause to think that in 2 weeks' time we're going to be in a better situation. I mean, that may happen, and great. We've got opportunity to explore that, whether that's an indemnity, whether there's another coastal engineer that will certify, stamp, and put their liability insurance behind this. Fair enough. But this applicant has, the professional report says 5.8 FCL. He's designed a house that complies with that. And I also want to, I've been involved with this from the beginning, meeting with the Heffels. And I have to say that Mr. Helinski, and I'm very impressed with your presentation and Mr. Heffel's presentation, because they didn't want to do this. They did not want to go to 5.8. There was a lot of resistance because they knew that this was going to be a problem with the neighbors. And the council at the time, I went on a tour, said, don't worry, we will support you. We will, if you get a coastal engineer, you do what we say, we will support you. We know it's going to be a tough decision. We know the neighbors aren't going to be happy, but we've got to do this. This is climate change. This is, anyway, if people want to deny that, that's fine, but I'm just relying on science. So, and it's my turn to speak, by the way. So they did everything that we've asked them to do. And now they're asking us basically to do what we said we would do, which is support this. If they jump through all these hoops, and now they've done that. So it is an untenable position. What I'm concerned about, and I guess the message that I'd like to send the neighbors home with, the community that's objecting to this, is this may not be you today, but it could be you in a few years. And if these people can't build a house, I think that's going to affect property values. If this is the process that's going to happen, no one's going to want to buy waterfront because they're going to say, well, they followed the guidelines, they got a coastal engineer, and then they still couldn't build a house. And look at it, probably took them 2 or 3 years. I mean, if we go down this process of just kicking it down the road, I think personally, if I was a landowner, I'd be worried more about that actually than the immediate, which is we're trying to deal with it. So I think there is time for talking to the neighbors. There is time for collaboration. There's time for legal advice. There's time for other professional advice. But I'm following Councillor Thompson's lead. We got to move this forward.
I have a different view. I agree with Councillor Thompson. I was going to be supporting her motion, but for me, the point is simple. I did not say to the Heffels or Mr. Helinski that I would support the proposal before if they did X or Y. It was you always have to listen to what the neighbors say. I'm still looking for a compromise in this situation, and the big $64,000 question for me is what our best legal advice is, and if there's ways in which, further to my exchange with Mr. Curry, if there's ways in which we can provide sufficient certainty for the district that we're not exposing ourselves to future liability, then I am more than willing to explore those ways and see if there's through indemnities or sureties or something. But I'll serve notice now, if there's no way in which, on the contrary, if it comes back and we say, well, you're deviating, you're not getting a sign-off from any qualified professional, you're deviating from the provincial standards, no matter what some people might subjectively think about them, there they are, the provincial standards, they have force of law. And there's no way to mitigate or limit the district's liability in this situation. That's a very tough decision for a municipal councillor or a mayor to make when we're sitting in this chair. So I think this discussion is a little bit premature in that I'd love to find a compromise, and that's why I'm happy to move it forward and have this time. But the compromise has to make sure that the district isn't put in an untenable position going forward. So that's how I'm approaching it.
Okay, call the question. Oh, sorry. Councillor Gambioli and Councillor Soprovich.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just be as specific as I can because that will hopefully help staff and will help the owners and, I don't know, possibly the neighbors. So first of all, I need to start by saying, this is awkward, but the cost of housing and the cost of specific houses and how much they cost to be built in this area came up, and so I just want to say that I don't really care how much the houses cost or how much the property's worth in these sites. We would be making the same kinds of decisions for the crappiest little cottage next in another location, and it's got nothing to do, for me anyway, with the cost of the house or the value of the land. So I need to make that statement because I think that's just really irrelevant. So getting onto the DBP questions, I think staff, I think what staff have been trying to do is see that the tough position of the owners on this lot and be quite generous with the variances that they are asking us to consider. I'm not a very generous person when it comes to variances, so I don't blame staff for that, but I'm not as nice as you. So several of the variances concern me, and if I were to vote to send this to the public meeting, I would want these things to be addressed. So first of all, I think given the restrictions on the site and the heights, I think your ceilings are very generous. I think they're too generous. If it were me building a house with all these constraints, I would be really happy with like 9-foot ceilings. But you're telling me that they're 10-foot ceilings. Anyway, I think you should consider bringing the total height down. I also really have a problem with that garage and the tree issue. So I would really, and I am not an eagle expert, okay? I was kidding earlier, but I have lived here all my life and I have seen some eagle's nests recently. I am convinced there's an eagle's nest in one of those trees. I would like you to get a qualified biologist to check those trees out between now and the public meeting and assure me or us that that is not actually an active eagle habitat, because if it is, then you can't take the trees down. That's federal legislation. So that's a really important issue for me. And I understand that the neighbor built his entire house in 2000 and something through an 8-foot space between a large cedar that he didn't take down and his garage. So I don't know why you couldn't do the same. So that is something I'd like you to address. I don't buy that you need to wipe out everything just to get the bulldozers through to build your house. I don't buy that at all. And lastly, I will say, for the benefit of staff, is that I have no concern and no problem, and I don't believe that really there is any confusion about the 5.8. The provincial guidelines are 5.8. Cypress Creek is 5.1. The coastal engineer has signed, sealed, and delivered a report that says it's 5.8. And nobody here is a coastal engineer or knows a coastal engineer that's willing to say anything different. So for me, 5.8 is the number.
Councillor Soprovich?
I turned off my light, you see?
Oh, thank you. Well, Mr. Linsky and Mr. Huffel, I have nothing against what you're doing there. I don't like the variances. But I voted against this on the premise that maybe the area residents and yourself could get together with our planning department and have a chat. I don't believe that the limited amount of information that has been garnered to this point in sea level rise is adequate enough to make a major decision. I have a concern about legal liability. There is not, from what I've been able to read and understand, I have not come to a conclusion, as some of the residents there have stated, that they have not had a major impact on sea level rise or even on a king tide. The area planning for the area has one detention pond. If we have a limited number of properties in the flood zone, why aren't we sitting down and talking about a complete plan that would give maybe more detention ponds in the area, if that be the case? We have not talked about the subtidal slope. We have not talked about rock gardens or anything else that would break up the wave patterns coming into that foreshore. We're all about a single development right now, leaving all the rest of the people that have homes there in wonderment and concern. Madam Mayor, I would suggest and would have hoped that we could have had a compromise and a decision not based on turning them down, but to hold off for a little bit and have a real sit-down out there, even if we needed a meeting with all the residents in the area, staff and ourselves, to go over it. I don't like to turn
Councillor
somebody down on
Soprovich,
this.
we all hope for that. We really do. I just don't see it right in front of me, so.
Well, Madam Mayor, tonight, what are we going to do at a public hearing? We spent, it's almost midnight, we've had the discussion on this.
Yeah.
What are we going to say at the public
Yeah,
hearing?
well, there's some
Yeah.
more time to. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this point, Councillor Soprovich, I believe we should just filibuster and see if we can set a new record past midnight, make it a 2-day council meeting. In all seriousness, Councillor Thompson brings really good points to bear with respect to having this process play out and give, citizens and neighborhoods to discuss, see if they cannot come to a compromise, come to a solution. And so I guess what I'm saying is I'm withholding a bit of judgment or final decision until I get some more information, especially with respect to the legal liability, which I know my colleagues around the table also have concerns. So with that in mind, might I now propose the amendment to add that to this motion, such that it would read that at the end of the last motion here, concurrently, staff will seek a legal opinion regarding the district's liability regarding flooding in this neighborhood. By July.
We've already been debating.
Or is that implicit?
It's
in
implicit.
everything? Okay.
Yeah, it's
That's
implicit,
fine.
and we've already been
I'm
debating this, so
happy
we
with
can't
that.
go back
Yeah.
now. And just for clarity, we aren't making a final decision tonight, so
Yes.
that's what this process is for. Okay, Councillor Lambert.
Well, if you read it literally, the recommendation has it that we're referring the development variance permit as it's constituted right now to be presented again on July 15th, and it's going to be the same movie. We're just punting it down. And now, I think what Councillor Wong was getting at is that if we can put something in that final recommendation that compels staff or someone to report back on the liability issue before that time, and also makes note of the suggestion that the proponent and the neighbors get together to discuss the variances in advance of that might inform changes to that development variance permit, then I could go with that. But just the way it sits right now, it's the same movie, and I can't support it.
Yeah.
So, Madam
How are
Mayor,
they
to be
happening?
clear, there's a public meeting on July the 3rd. I wasn't sure of the date. So there's a meeting on July the 3rd with staff, the proponent, and the neighbors to talk about the project, and staff will bring forward a legal advice on the issues. Now, the legal advice is protected by client solicitor privilege, so I'm not saying necessarily it's going to be an open public forum, just to be really clear, but that we will do that.
Councillor Thompson.
Just ask a question. There seems to be some concern in the audience about that meeting, and I'd like to understand what that is.
There has been no notice given to us of that meeting.
Okay.
Nobody in the neighborhood has heard that.
First was just a few minutes.
Correct.
ago.
So, Madam Mayor, the notice doesn't happen until after you've
approve
decided
this.
to do that. So if you didn't approve it, you wouldn't get that notice. So you approve it moving forward, we send out the notice.
It's a requirement
Right.
of, once we approve this, yeah. So there is going to be an opportunity. That's the point of it.
That's more than 100 meters?
I think we
Mr.
should.
Bailey, can you just?
Madam Mayor, it's not more than 100 meters, but if you'd like to direct us to send the notification to the whole of the area where
Yeah.
Mr. Panatin, you'll be right sending the notices.
That we propose, because this is a precedent-setting case potentially, that everybody on Irwin, Evergreen, lower waterfront, Canal side of that, Bellevue, Radcliffe, any house that's impacted by this as a precedent-setting case, all of us should be
Madam Mayor, I wouldn't recommend, sorry,
Councillor.
so Madam Mayor, I
yeah.
wouldn't recommend that you send it to every coastal property in West Vancouver. I would recommend.
Sir, we're in debate and the public can't speak at this point.
So we could extend it to the whole area of Stearman Beach. I think that's a reasonable compromise. The properties down in and around that area is what I think we could do as part of that process.
And it doesn't preclude anybody from coming. Just if
Right.
they don't get a notice, the community can share the notice with whoever they want. Our requirements are going to be to notify everyone along Stearman Beach. So, yeah. So,
Madam Mayor, sorry, just a
Yeah.
point of clarification. Are we talking about notification for the public information session hosted by the applicant?
yes.
Yeah, that's not our responsibility to advertise for that.
So Legislative Services doesn't do the notification for that. We provide the notification for the public hearing and the DVP if it goes forward. So I might defer to Director Bailey as to who does the notification for the developers meeting.
The applicant would be required to do that notification, but staff could direct the applicant in terms of the extent of the notification.
All right. Okay. Any more, Councillor Thompson?
No.
Okay. So I'll call the question then. All in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Lambert-Saprovich opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you, everyone. That was painful. But we'll move now. Ms. Lemus, can I ask what of the remaining items we absolutely have to deal with tonight? I noticed there's another public hearing matter on the common rec rooms, but the grant to the Legion could be put over to the next meeting. It's a light meeting, the one that Councillor Thompson's going to be chairing. Yeah. And then the annual report is just receipt. Oh, okay, all right. And then there's the resolution to UBCM as well that has to be in time. Do you want, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, if the Legion, thanks, Jim. The Legion one has to go this evening because if we wait until July 8th, it's after the due date for property taxes.
Right, okay. So let's just grind through these then. Well, there's people that waited for the public. We've got. I do have several people that signed up for, actually, Miss Lepp, she signed up for item 7. Is she still here? Sorry about that. I didn't, I apologize on that. I somehow overlooked. You were going to speak to the Hewitt matter. I'm sorry. And then some others that had signed up for the public question and comment period. But we're really putting, if you wouldn't mind speaking at the next meeting. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for 3 or 4 more items. So I'm giving everyone notice that we would prefer not to have the public comment period tonight.
Madam Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. Just a brief technical novelty. The video stream doesn't go past midnight due to a quirk of the technology. What we can do is set up another meeting to start right at 12:01 a.m. on the video stream, but we would need about a 3 or 4 minute recess right around midnight just so staff could make that change. And then everyone could get up and stretch as well.
Well, we've got to have it all recorded, so
Yep.
do you want to do that now, or it's 11:52? Do you want me to go on to the conversion of the common rec rooms first?
Madam Mayor, if we could just proceed until about 11:59, and then regardless of where we are,
All
we'll
right,
call a quick
interrupt me
recess.
if I get, okay.
Thank you.
So let's go to item 9. Is there a staff report on this?
O'clock. I wanted to confirm that you meant 5 o'clock, because the website says 6. And what you passed tonight
I
said
didn't say 5.
Madam Mayor, the public hearing is set for 5 o'clock. There's more items scheduled for the upcoming agenda than we had on tonight's meeting, so in the interest of trying to get through everything in a timely manner, all 3 public hearings,
We're
staff
set
are
for
asking for 5
5, and
o'clock.
they're on, it's on the agenda, Carol Ann.
And just,
written there.
just for clarity, staff have not yet put the public hearing for the 15th on the website, to my knowledge, so there shouldn't be anything on there.
All right.
But it is a departure from our usual 6 o'clock time.
Well, I
Okay.
was worried that it was a typo. We all make those.
Thank you. Item number 9.
Madam Mayor, there is a presentation, but if council wishes, I can just provide a very brief.
Yeah.
Sure. So
I
the.
think we get the gist of it.
The purpose in the report is basically to introduce a zoning bylaw amendment to allow an exemption to the floor area ratio calculation for common rec rooms, which are converted into dwelling units within existing older RM zone multifamily buildings. There's also a recommendation to delegate to the approving officer, that's me, the authority to review strata plan amendments for previously occupied buildings which involve the conversion of a common rec room into one or more dwelling units within an existing multifamily building. Staff think it's a positive step in the retention of multifamily buildings, and will really help out some of these buildings in terms of providing financial incentives to retain and keep some of the purpose-built stock in the community.
Okay. All right, so Peter, Councillor Lambert, you're the mover on this.
Well, I actually have a question.
Okay.
Take things. So in the definition of the recreation room, is that broad enough to cover what I'll call sort of non-FAR space that is common area space in those buildings? Because there's often guest suites and other similar space in those buildings that might be subject to conversion to a unit.
Basically, the proposed bylaw, it's for strata title apartment buildings and RM zones, and it's built before a certain time. It's common rec rooms which are converted into residential dwelling units. So it's basically those common recreational rooms, like the amenity space in buildings we're proposing be converted.
And so my question was, would that include, in some of these buildings, they have guest suites that aren't units per se?
It wouldn't necessarily convert the guest suite. The point is that that suite would already be counted in the FAR. The exemption would be, you don't think so? I think the exemption, right now, we're exempting the common recreation rooms instead of the guest suites, because in our opinion, the guest suite is a suite, it's a living habitable space, so it's counted in the FAR.
Okay, all right, okay.
So, Councillor Lambert, again, we can clarify that before the public hearing, but it's our intention that it would just be that common space.
Councillor Thompson.
I'll second that happily. I too question if a common recreation room is a broad enough spectrum, as opposed to including just underutilized space to fully make the most of this direction.
Okay, we'll look into that and provide feedback at the public hearing. The intent, as far as I understand, is that the common recreation room is currently exempted, and by converting it, it would make it counted, and so we're trying to exempt that. I think that the other uses are already counted, but again, we'll look into that and provide that clarification in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Madam Mayor, I'm just curious as to how many do you think there are in West Vancouver?
Through the mayor, we've received 5 inquiries for separate buildings in the Ambleside and Dundrave areas to date so far.
So, out of how many?
We did an analysis of the age of buildings, or age of properties that are zoned RM, and quite a number of the properties are built prior to 1990, but that does include a mix of strata and rental buildings, and the proposed amendment is only intended to apply to strata buildings, so it would be only a portion of those.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. Noting the time, if we could have a 5-minute recess, just so staff could reset the meeting, that would be great.
I'll just abandon my question and let's vote on this. Let's get it done.
Can we, will you abandon your question? And can we call the question, just so we can do a clean?
It was seconded by Councillor Thompson, I believe.
All right, call the we've got the motion and the seconder. All in favor? Opposed?
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
Okay. motion. I think I can just call a recess without a.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
I have all this power. Thank you.
Midnight.